We have to create a movement of people that will hold businesses and government leaders accountable.
We want to leave a better world for the next generation.
Reality is that we need to put a place in the middle. Everybody needs to leave something.
Because we are accountable, it can be done. When you can push as a collective for change.
When you speak, people will listen.
Please welcome author, founder of Black Women Rock, and Detroit's Poet Laureate, Jessica Care Moore.
What up, though? Okay. There's a timer. I'm going to do my thing. How y'all feeling? Good? Yes. You may not know my Detroit. If you've never slid down the giant slide on a potato sack, then you may not know my Detroit. If you've never eaten a coney at 3 a.m., you may not understand why it doesn't matter how many games we win or lose, we wear our D hats and tats year-round. Our streets were built to the rhythm of a hand clap sound. I'm a Detroit lion on Linwood, a rebellious tiger on Tireman, a Stanley Cup carrying Red Wing on Rutherford, a Detroit Piston constantly putting up new nets around forgotten white backboards and orange squares. Rebellious cities never have it easy. Innovative freeways aren't always paved in gold, but that thin strip of M8 we call the Davison is a conduit to every future highway in our nation, and so are the assembly line steel and wheels of our cars. Detroiters have always kept this country moving. I can't hear you. Oh, are y'all from Detroit? Are y'all just New Yorkers here? Okay. I'm just checking, just doing a temperature check. Revolutionary people don't always get good press, but it is in our DNA, our bloodline gift to survive. When the surface of your skin has potholes, blasting temptation records through your pores. When your fingertips are blessed by international waters, and you are now under the world's media microscope, constantly checking your arms for track marks and close-ups of how you look once the high is gone. You are simply one city, built above crystals. You are the river of freedom. You are the tenacity of Malcolm, the truth of Sojourner. We are the fish fry at Granny's, the swim mobile. Our babies are ice streamers, young souls on ice, hockey players up early on Bustle, on Wyoming and Linden. We are all necessary coaches who act as fathers and moms who create safe sanctuary and rite of passage programs for our daughters. Beautiful Detroit sisters, we are not urban fiction. I hear everybody talking about a new Detroit, but I remember the beauty of old Detroit. Block parties, the Cass Co-op, late night car races, the hip hop shop and 7 Mile Strip. Tigers baseball around a bonfire on any corner played loud enough for the entire block to listen. I was raised around this sound. I walked down Joy Road to get to school. I found lifelong friends on Ward, Stahalin, Pinehurst, Mendota, Manor, Littlefield, Tireman, Plymouth, West Chicago, Rosedale Park, Mack and Bewick, Gratiot, Harper, Connor, Cashew, Mansfield, French Road, Heidelberg, Jefferson, Van Dyke, Audubon, Bagley, Porter, Church, Holbrook, Evergreen. Chandler Park, Rouge Park, Palmer Woods. I was raised on Hamilton bus stop stories, the Purple Gang Glory, Hudson's and Kresge's 5 and 10 when Belle Isle was open and live way past 10. We the spirit inside the Alice Coltrane Holy Ghost harp. We the ooh baby baby that made Smokey smile melt tears. We the Wonder Bread smell of Stevie's harmonica, an international legend-making city. We're used to stones being thrown against our glassy lakes. Detroiters don't do fake, we do work. We make art out of our neighborhoods. We made Anita Baker, Mike Banks, Juan Atkins, and Derek May. We made the Queen of Soul and John Doe. We made Proof and Slum Village and White M&Ms. We made Jackie Wilson, David Ruffin, the Supremes, and the Winans. We birthed 2 of the Fab 5 and claimed the whole damn team. We the bad boys and the Earl Flynn. Don't talk about our city's feet when these shoes you can't fit in. We don't sleep in late. We don't wait for someone else to do it. We surrounded by masters. We the graves they love to walk over. We the people the census don't always count correctly. We are the sum of our grandmother's prayers and our native ancestors' wishes. We know peace and Joe Louis, Black Power. We the blue collar inside the rainbow of humanity. We're the assembly line of work ethic and union muscle. Jay's Chips and Fago Red hustle. We are Eastern Market on Saturdays. We're a city of mosques and synagogues and temples and Baptist church preachers. We fly hijab rap sisters on Friday and some of the finest church suit brothers you'll ever see on any given Sunday. Some of us are young enough to know there are young geniuses brewing in our city in the keys of John Dixon, the trumpet of Chris Johnson, and the writing of Dream Hampton. We are forever an underground railroad stop. Stop and find a major city in this country. Find a musician on this planet that doesn't respect our history. Martin Luther King didn't preach his dream here first for no reason. Woodward Avenue is the spine of movements. Michigan Avenue, baseball left arm pitching, Grand Boulevard, red light walking, the steel and grind of techno still breathing just east of downtown. We wipe away the tears of clowns. America would not be America if not for the Mottown sound. The integrity and heart of our people are not bankrupt. We are rich with history, raised on tradition, our daddy's lessons and mama's intuition. We have coaches and teachers and parents and activists and leaders on the front line of this riverfront. We ride bikes down the DeQuinda Cut. Maybe you heard of us. We are the people inside the Michigan hand, indigenous Detroiters, and we love our land. We make artists with international fans. I'm from a Detroit hood, so I'm a part of the plan. Somebody got to show the young ones how to get up 75. We not ghostwriting. We live and work in this city, and we are alive. Welcome to Detroit. Thank you.
Global Citizen Now Detroit, please put your hands together for your host, author, global travel expert, cultural ambassador, and the first Black woman to travel to every country in the world, Detroit native and resident, Jessica Nabongo.
Good morning, everyone. And as we say in Detroit, what up, though? I'm Jessica Nabongo, and as mentioned, I travel a lot. But no matter where I go, I'm always representing this great city, my city, the Motor City, AKA Detroit. Growing up here, I learned that community is the foundation for progress. And the Detroit community is made up of people who are creative, innovative, resilient, and most importantly, committed to our city's continuous growth and evolution. Detroit's official motto is, "We hope for better things." It's that spirit that unites us. And in that same spirit, we've invited change makers, artists, entrepreneurs, and policy leaders here today to explore how cities like ours can shape a more equitable, sustainable, and just future. By investing in the youth in their education today, we can cultivate the tomorrow we seek. I'm truly honored to be among this group, privileged to be a part of this very timely and vital conversation, and excited about what we can accomplish together because today is about standing on business. We join New York, Rio, Abidjan, Sevilla, Belém, and Johannesburg as host cities. Welcome to the first ever Global Citizen Now Detroit.
I'm really pleased to have Global Citizen Now in the city of Detroit today. To the rest of the world, it may be Detroit Rock City, the Motor City, Motown, the D. To those of us who live here, it's all that and so much more.
Hey everybody, I'm Senator Alyssa Slotkin. What do I love about Detroit? Detroit is a city on the rise. You are here and you are watching an amazing, amazing thing happen. From 12 years ago to today, we are transforming what it means to be an awesome American success story. So welcome to it.
Hello, I am Detroit City Council President Mary Sheffield, and I am thrilled to welcome you to the great city of Detroit for the Global Citizens Now Summit. Detroit is a city of grit, resilience, and determination. We've overcome so many challenges, embraced innovation, and never lost our spirit. We are the epicenter of culture, from Motown music to the vibrant art into groundbreaking architecture throughout this entire city in our award-winning riverfront. Right now, all eyes are on Detroit. And we're not just rebuilding, we're rising, we're leading, and we're shaping a future that reaches far beyond our city limits. So while you're here, take advantage of it all. Take it in, explore, connect, and experience the energy of our city.
Please welcome to the stage Executive Director of University of Miami's Climate Resilience Institute and former president of Rockefeller Foundation's 100 Resilient Cities, Michael Berkowitz. Bedrock CEO, Kofi Bonner. Vistria Group Senior Partner Real Estate, Margaret Onadu. Former Mayor of Bristol, United Kingdom, Marvin Rees. And Cisco Systems Director, Brian Donlin.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. As you heard, I'm Michael Berkowitz from the University of Miami. Thrilled to be here with an amazing panel. And we don't have a lot of time, so we want to jump right in. I had a developer, investor, mayor, and technologist joke. They all walk into a bar, but I'm going to skip that. So that we can get right to the panel. So this panel is about innovative infrastructure and thriving communities. And there's an old African proverb that I think we've all heard, which is, if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. And I think many of us thought that was, we didn't know that that was from Burkina Faso.
That's from Ghana.
Nigeria.
We know it's not from Toronto. So in the context of going together, maybe if you can each talk a little bit about your work and what coalition building and inclusion means in terms of your work. I want to start large and get more focused. So maybe we'll start with Marvin, Margaret, Brian, and anchor it with Kofi.
When I was leading my city, I came in with, from a public health background. And public health, there's an understanding that you have to work with the wider determinants. Health outcomes for a population are not determined by health services alone. So when I came in to lead Bristol, the point I stressed with Bristol was that what people get from the city is not the result of local government alone. They sit at the intersection of decisions and non-decisions made by the whole range of organizations. So if we're serious about getting coherent around a destination that we want for Bristol, I have to work in a way that brings alignment between local government, private sector, unions, academia, voluntary community sector. And so that's what we did, and we set up a kind of cultural and a system of approach called Bristol One City, in which we brought all those organizations together around a smaller number of shared overarching aims for Bristol.
Great. Margaret?
First of all, so excited to be here. I wish Jessica Care-Moore could come back and we could just hear that literally 10 times in a row. So the work I do is in housing. So I come from the perspective that the most fundamental, important infrastructure in any city is where everyone wakes up and goes to sleep. Sort of without a safe, affordable, quality place to live, everything else we care about is kind of not even possible. And so I'm thinking about kind of coalition building in that space. It's one of the more difficult spaces to develop, make progress, rebuild, because the coalition needs to be everything from the federal government, tax policy, local zoning, unions, construction, et cetera, and how all of those decisions and capital, pension funds relate to like individuals in their homes, just trying to pay the rent, just trying to pay the mortgage. And so there's no simple, obvious solution. It really is about public-private partnerships, community engagement, taking everyone's voices into account in a real and genuine and authentic way. I think in many developments, especially kind of the larger the cities get, you have a lot of folks who sit in rooms at tables and make a lot of decisions for people they maybe have never met, that they don't understand, and don't take their perspectives into account. And so the work that we do, and we're working at scale, we're investing, billions of dollars in trying to preserve, improve, and produce hundreds of thousands of affordable housing units across the U.S., but there are no shortcuts. So our stakeholders are everything from tenant associations in housing to, our senators and House of Representatives who control many of the tax policies that we use. So it really is about a very, very, very broad coalition.
Great. Brian.
Thanks very much. First, I'd like to congratulate the City of Detroit, Global Citizen, and my fellow panelists. If the activity going on here doesn't get you fired up, I don't know what does. So congrats, Detroit. So at Cisco, we're really committed to powering an inclusive future for all. And so what that means is in working together with partnerships with government, nonprofits, community leaders, we're focused on ensuring that no one gets left behind. That's particularly important right now in this era of significant technology change. The advent of AI and what that means for the future of our economies is really, really critical. So in conjunction with organizations like the City of Detroit, the Detroit Public Library System, the Detroit Public Schools, we're enabling students through our Cisco Networking Academy, which has graduated 24 million students in 191 countries worldwide, to develop the skills to participate in the future economy and grow so that we can all grow faster together.
Great, thank you. Kofi, as a developer here in Detroit, talk a little bit about what inclusion and stakeholder development means to you.
Sure. Well, welcome to Detroit, everybody. Welcome to Hudson's Detroit. Look, at Bedrock, we have a very focused mission. Our mission is to lead the resurgence of these classic American cities of Cleveland and, of course, Detroit. And in order to accomplish this, obviously, you have to do it with a great deal of collaboration and public-private partnership. Partnerships with the civic organizations, partnerships with, obviously, the public sector, and many partnerships with community folks. We're very intentional in the way even we build and we attract businesses. We're very intentional about bringing retail and restaurant offerings that will fundamentally appeal to a wide variety of consumers, because we believe that will be important to our commercial tenants. We're very intentional about how we think about housing. Our housing must have a mix of both market rate and affordable housing, and we're absolutely beginning to think about how to bring market rate senior and affordable senior into the mix. I mean, it's all very critical, and we are also extremely intentional about what we do about the spaces and places between the buildings we build. It is absolutely essential for us that we don't just focus on the concrete and the bricks, etc. We think about those public spaces, we think about the space in between these buildings, and we create activations, and we are very intentional at creating the kinds of activities that will attract a wide variety of folks from all over the city, and frankly, visitors too from the other regions, to come into downtown, because we believe that a thriving urban center must function as an 18-hour city and be attractive to all.
Yeah. And one thing I've heard you talk about is how important heritage is to the work that you do and the historical context that it's in. Talk how Bedrock approaches that a little bit.
Sure. We're very proud of the way we think about the cities we work in, and it's at the heart of what we do. The rich tradition and cultural heritage of these cities is at the heart of how we plan for them. I mean, you can see it in, some of us were at the Book Tower yesterday. That was an old historic building that we repurposed into the modern economy with a mix of uses to bring it to life. You see it at the Shinola Hotel, where we kept some of the historic features of the buildings and then turned it into, again, a hotel that's absolutely doing very well. And then we sometimes take a look at the legacy of a district, and with that, the Paradise Valley district used to be an amazing entertainment district, essentially owned primarily by African-American entrepreneurs. So we're currently working with African-Americans in that area to bring it back from the Woodward area, starting with our Cosm building, all the way to the Detroit Music Hall. And I think you can see a little clip of what we're planning and how we're thinking through that right now.
Great, thank you. Marvin, let me turn to you. One of the things I thought was super innovative about your mayoralty in Bristol was this sort of big ask, a big offer proposition that you teed up for civil society and the private sector in Bristol. Can you talk a little bit about that?
It's the other way around, actually. It's a big offer and a big ask.
Yeah.
All right. So you get elected, and people turn up with stuff they want. And often they turn up with demands. And listen, I'm going to add another dynamic that Sadiq Khan, the Mayor of London, also faced. When you come from communities that have been historically excluded from politics, they turn up with 25 years of asks that they didn't make of your predecessors, and they want it next week. And if you don't deliver it next week, why do we bother electing you? Right. So I would just basically say this, that I can line up 1,057 people around City Hall, all who want something from me, right? Very seldom do I get people who turn up saying, hey, I got something to put into the mix. So I would challenge people and say, why don't you turn up and make a big offer? Not to me necessarily, but to the city. I'm going to end child hunger, right? I'm going to tackle the housing crisis. I'm going to make sure all kids from all backgrounds get access to work experience. But once you've made a big, clear offer to Bristol, then make a big ask of me. The ask is, what do you need from me to unlock that offer to Bristol? And what I would stress is that if everyone turns up asking for stuff, the table's empty. If everyone turns up with a big offer to a place, the table's full. But we also know the very nature of the deal, and that's a loaded word at the moment, so I'm hesitant to use it. But we know what the deal is, right? That if I do these 2 or 3 things, what you're offering to Bristol can be unlocked, and I don't need to be involved in it. I'm unleashing your energy and your power. And so that became a culture in the city, and it's a language that's used often. And I go back, because it's good that you got it round the wrong way. People will then come and say, oh, Marvin, I got a big ask and a big offer. And so for 8 years of my time as mayor, we constantly stressed, no, you make your offer first, and then you make your ask. And now that's part of the rhythm of Bristol's conversation.
Yeah. And just to say, I mean, one of the offers was that you, extracted in some ways from the religious community, was that no one sleeps on the streets during the coldest months, right? I mean, that's a really powerful message, that everyone who needs a bed will have one in a church during the 4 coldest months.
Yeah, I'm conscious of my time.
Yeah.
So it started actually with faith communities when we first were kind of developing this. And it wasn't intentional. I didn't have it in my manifesto that we're going to develop offer and ask. It was kind of like a iterative process, and then we came to it. So I said to the church leaders, right, you've got buildings all over the city. Why don't you come to me and make an offer that no one who has the ability to accept help will spend a night on the street during the coldest months? So it was a very defined period of time so they wouldn't be exhausted. And they then came back and made that offer. And then they said, okay, Marvin, if we're going to do that, this is what we need from you. We want you to convene us. We want you to give us access to other support services that will come to our church buildings and be available to support us. And that was the deal. So it didn't solve the homelessness crisis, but there were a number of people who had really critical intervention. And if I just share, I went to one of those nights, and there was a guy who came to me and said, Marvin, he said, it's the first time I've laughed in about 9 months. Right.
So, Margaret, I've heard you talk about sustainable impact and how infrastructure investment drives racial and social equity. Talk about a little bit more about that, but maybe also focus on why that doesn't happen naturally. Why doesn't capital more often create triple bottom line wins and equitable outcomes?
That's a 7-hour topic, but
yes.
I'm gonna.
That's a career. I appreciate
it. Yeah, I'm working on it for a few decades. So there are a lot of reasons, and I'll sort of just in the context of this panel talk about kind of community and economic development, especially in, as you call it, sort of neighborhoods that have been left behind, have 25 years of asks, and so there are a whole host of issues. There's lack of trust, misunderstanding. Even from the capital perspective, there's racism, there's classism, there's, if we have not invested in this community for this long, There must not be opportunity there. There must not be a way to drive return. There must be risks that I don't understand, and so if I have not been there, I'm not going, I can more easily make money in XYZ places. And so I think one of the things that we've, spent a few decades at Goldman Sachs, have left more recently to launch my own fund. I think that what we've realized is that people are missing out on incredible opportunities. That if you think about very basic things like housing or grocery stores, people in underserved neighborhoods, they eat, they buy food, they want quality, fresh food, amenities, restaurants, retail, all of the things that Bedrock does like anyone else. And so it almost goes back to that first conversation around engagement, collaboration, the right set of stakeholders. And what I've seen at least in my time doing impact investing, bottom line investing, we don't just create incredible impacts for individuals and families and communities. We do incredibly well economically. It's a very basic idea around diversification. When you are, as a capital allocator or investor, excluding entire neighborhoods, communities, African-American entrepreneurs, you are missing out on opportunities. Right. You are sort of excluding a whole kind of aspect of diversification that is positive and productive. And so I think, there's a lot of conversation, especially in the current environment, that's sort of anti-impact or anti-ESG. And I think we need to do a lot of reframing around this is about adding opportunities, inclusivity, bringing everyone into the tent. And so that's the way that we've approached the work.
And just a very quick follow-up to that, is there a trade-off between, to go back to the proverb, fast and far? Is it, do you need more patient capital in order to build the kind of stakeholder coalitions, or is that a fallacy?
I think there can be, to be quite honest. Like it's so funny, Kofi and I backstage, we were talking about housing development in California, right, where it's a place where you have coalitions that are focused on incredibly important issues, environmentalism, the appropriate way to build something in a way that is sustainable, appropriate, et cetera. Now, you can study those issues for 10 years and never build a unit and have the deepest affordability housing crisis that this country's ever seen. And so it's like, but should we not take those issues into account? Should we slap up buildings made of any material we want and not think about zoning at all? No. So it really is about balance, but I think it would be naive and disingenuous to say that collaboration, thoughtfulness, sustainable intent as we develop and redevelopment, to say that those things are costless and don't take any time is naive, but it really is about balance, and I think we do not always get the balance correct.
Right. Brian, you talk about how Cisco is trying to ensure that everyone is connected and what that looks like. Talk a little bit more about that, and maybe also focus, if you can, on some of the barriers to doing that, because we know there's a huge digital divide. We know companies like Cisco have been working on that, but it continues to persist.
Yeah, I'll start again by sort of celebrating my fellow panelists again. If you don't get fired up by what these people are saying, I don't know. I just don't understand. Mr. Mayor, I want to give you a hug. Outstanding. Yeah, so I think, connectivity is at the heart of Cisco, right? We've been the underpinning of the internet for the past 40 years. But think about connectivity in the context of what we're doing today, right? What we're doing is we're coming together, connecting and creating ideas, right? Ideas that we're going to leave here with, right? And go back into our communities and thrive. And at Cisco, we believe that strong communities thrive, and we all win as a result of it, whether you're a citizen, a community leader, or a private sector company. So we firmly believe that. When you think about the challenges associated with it, I'll give you an example. The city of Toronto, over 50% of the population is born outside of Canada. There are 160,000 people coming into the country every year, into the city every year, right? So you think about that. the pressure on the infrastructure that exists in that city, okay? So you have organizations like the Toronto Public Library System, which is the second largest library system in the world, that recognized the reality of that situation and said, there's a need, okay? We need to deliver ESL courses, right? We need to deliver courses on how to build a proper resume, right? We need to deliver technology courses, how to participate in the AI economy, okay? So they've taken a progressive stand. But that need can't just be in a centralized location. It's got to be distributed across the city. The library system has 100 branches across the city. You think about that. If you're a new person in the country, if you have to travel, take public transit, I'm shaking a little bit here, I'm nervous.
You're just so excited.
I know, I get fired up, right? I get fired up. If you have to travel and take public transit across the city, how much time is that taking you? And how much is that costing you? Yeah. So we've partnered with that library system to deliver on collaboration solutions so that you can walk to your local branch, get the content that you're looking for, and get home to see your kids when they get home from school. So you have to, as the mayor said, come with the big ideas around how we can help. We just can't sit back and ask. Yeah. So that's where we see, obviously, technology underpinnings are essential to modern economies, whether it's public safety, utilities, transit, but that's where we see the real power and connectivity coming from.
So just in this example about the library system, were there obstacles that had to get overcome, and how did you do it navigating what is a public and a private partnership?
Yeah, it's hard, right? Yeah. Mr. Mayor, you know that. We talked about that before. You have, public procurement systems. You have social media that instantly divulges information, right? So you really got to get out in front of that and come with the offer and be very communicative upfront of what the outcome we're looking to deliver on together is to rally stakeholder engagement across the system.
Yeah. I mean, maybe I'd throw that to our private sector panelists here, and of course, Mayor, if you want to weigh in as well. What does a government that is open to this kind of partnership look like? I mean, what are those ingredients in that environment that can lead to the kinds of outcomes that we're talking about here?
Well, let's talk about both sides of that, right? On the private side, certainly at Bedrock, we are so absolutely fortunate to have a chairman and founder whose first thought is, is this the right thing to do for the cities? Is it the right thing to do? And then he'll follow it up with, look, you should do things for more than profit. By all means, look to see how you can make money from this, how we can profit from this, but don't do it just because of profit. And when you begin with those two tenets, you now look for a government partner that will also sit there and recognize that the private person isn't trying to extract every last dollar out of the deal and is willing to provide and work with a community benefits agreement that will absolutely provide those kinds of a public rate of return, if you will, that it shows up in parks and activations, as I spoke of before, in affordable housing, and frankly, subsidies to other potential nonprofits. And when you come together with the private equity and then the public resources with that alignment of vision, I do truly believe you can achieve way more than if the private sector just underwrote to the classic 5 to 7 year return on investment.
Right. Yeah, I'll be quick because I think that captures all of it. There's sort of like it's almost unfortunate, just the point about that the private sector, certainly investors, need to approach these partnerships like the public sector has something positive to add. I think in private equity, unfortunately, you have a lot of investors who view the public sector government as kind of the third rail, as sort of the policeman as opposed to a partner. So Vistria, where I am, in addition to housing, we invest in healthcare, education, and financial services, very purposefully highly regulated sectors where having those relationships with the public sector, being on the right side of policy doesn't just mitigate risk and keep us out of trouble, but creates real alpha, not just in terms of economics and returns like Kofi was speaking about, but also the impacts that we're trying to drive in communities. And I think on the flip side, government and the public sector can also look at private capital as a partner and a positive force. So I think if we just kind of see each other as productive partners in the work, that's the first step, and we don't always do that.
Yeah, and I wonder, we're sitting next to two, really innovative financiers in some ways with social missions. I know we're almost out of time, but I kind of wonder whether or not that would be true at Goldman too, or is Goldman just looking for commercial returns? And
I mean, I spent close to 20 years at Goldman doing impact investing to the tune of 14 billion, hundreds of transactions around the country, including some of the most, I think, exciting mixed income new developments here in Detroit. So,
great.
Michael, I just to put this in context, by the way. I think if we look at the nature of the world's challenges at the moment, climate change, political instability, the migration crisis, we have no option other than to solve this challenge of how the world's cities get access to the finance they need to deliver the infrastructure we need. 55% of the world now live in cities. It's going to be 2/3 by 2050. If we don't solve that, it's going to be a problem.
And with that, please join me in thanking our panel for this great discussion.
Global generation. When we come together, big things happen, and the world's biggest challenges get smaller. Global Citizen is a movement for the global generation to end extreme poverty. Take action today and ensure governments, businesses, and nonprofits all play their part. Every action you take earns you points and a chance to win free concert tickets. Join us and be the generation to end extreme poverty.
Please welcome to the stage Global Citizen Vice President of Global Policy, Liz Agbortabi, BAMF Health Founder and CEO, Dr. Anthony Chang, and Dean of the College of Pharmacy at Ferris State University, Stephen Durst.
Good morning, everyone. Precision medicine is helping us move away from a one-size-fits-all approach to fighting disease. Theranostics, a blend of therapeutics and diagnostics, is moving the envelope even further, delivering targeted, patient-centered treatments and reimagining the future of medicine and the medical workforce. And our guests today are teaming up to ensure Detroit leads the nation and the world when it comes to that future. Dr. Chang, we should note that theranostics has existed since the 1940s, but it has gained traction in recent years. What do you think is driving this renewed interest? And can you tell us more about the role that BAMF, which stands for Bold Advanced Medical Future, is playing in this field?
Yeah, thank you. So the concept of theranostic has been existing for over 80 years, and that's how we use radioisotope to diagnose thyroid cancer and treat thyroid cancer. But for a long time, we don't have enough technology to really manufacture and develop sophisticated radiopharmaceuticals, make these things way more targeted. Conventionally, we just use the radioactive iodine to diagnose and treat thyroid cancer. But after 80 years of the development, right now we know we have way more radioisotope available. We have way more biological target biomarkers available, and we also have technology to link these two things together. So currently, we can develop a lot of novel theranostics, tracer or radiopharmaceuticals, allowing us to catch diseases nobody can catch right now, or to treat diseases nobody can treat right now. Take prostate cancer, for example. We can see the tumor is small, 2 millimeter size, meaning in a very, very early phase. We can catch Alzheimer's disease before the symptom coming out, and we can also develop radiopharmaceuticals directly to where the tumors are, burn those things out without hurting surrounding tissue. So it will also going to be a very, very impactful to a lot of patients. So the problem we're solving and Banff is trying to develop is how are we going to make this technology accessible and affordable to every single patient who need it.
And ultimately resulting to healthier outcomes for communities. Now, Stephen, you said a strong health system is fundamental to a thriving, resilient city. And today we're talking about the future of cities. Can you tell us why?
Well, thank you for the question, and thanks for the perfect lead into that, Dr. Chang. First of all, I have started looking at information related to the aging process. I'll admit I'm getting closer, still years away from that. However, it's undeniable that health is the most important part of our life. And whatever you look at whatever stage of life, health is critical. So we can't overemphasize health in any setting, whether that's rural, urban, suburban. Health has to be our focus. In the College of Pharmacy, and I think in any healthcare field, we understand that. But there are pieces that we have to think more about, we have to be very intentional about, and one is access. The previous panel, I heard bits and pieces of that. They were talking about access. Access has to be assured for everyone. In a sense, I think healthcare and education are very similar. Access is vital. You know, maybe a shameless plug here for Ferris and our founder, but that's what he really founded our institution on, is access and opportunity. So I think the first thing we have to address is access, and that goes across the healthcare system. Again, being somewhat, I guess, a little bit specific with pharmacy, the occurrence of pharmacy deserts in urban areas is of great concern to me. Those medications are how people control both acute and chronic diseases, and we have to make sure they have access to them. There's another piece of this, and I think this is where Banff really fits in, and that is we have to ensure that people have the expectation to be well. And I think too often people accept illness, and we have to change that. And I think it's easy to understand why they accept illness, because if they don't have access, how are they going to improve? So those two go hand in hand, but I think access and expectations are vital for a thriving, vibrant community, whatever the population level is.
I couldn't agree with you more. That goes for cities from Detroit to Accra, cities all over the world, to Lagos. Dr. Chang, now Detroit is known as the Motor City and the home of Mottown. And as I recently learned, the home of a coney dog, which is not to be confused with a chili dog. Now, you'd like it to be known as a leader in theranostics. Why do you feel Detroit is the right city for this?
Yeah, this is a really great question. So, like Banff as a leader in theranostics field, we don't just try to offer it. We are actually leading it. And the most important part of leading things is not what you're doing, it's your mindset. And I don't see Detroit as a motor town only. It's the mindset that transforms the way people transport, the way people move. That's what Detroit really is. That's 100 years ago. And this is how we transfer people manufacturing stuff. And so combine this kind of mindset, combined with the mindset of Banff and the expertise of Banff, and also the support and collaboration with the fair state, I do think Detroit can start transfer how people practice medicine, how we make the cutting-edge precision medicine accessible and affordable to every single patient who need it. And eventually, we don't talk about only talk about the curing the disease, but talking about how we're going to prevent disease from happening.
And people are at the center of all of your interventions, which leads me to you, Stephen. So Fair State has partnered with Banff to prepare the medical workforce of the future. Tell us how.
Yeah, this is something I love talking about, and I guess it's because I know every detail of the story. About 3 years ago, we had a change of president. Our new current president, Dr. Bill Pink, as we spoke to each other on his first day, he said, "Steve, one word, Banff." And as it turned out, one of our graduates, one of our pharmacy graduates, is the director of, a vice president actually at BAMF in radiopharmaceuticals. Reached out to him right away, and that started then this 3-year-long dialogue. What's different about this dialogue that we're having and continue to have is the listening that's being done. And I say this as an example for our relationship, but it's true of everything. We didn't go in with a solution, we went in to listen. And what that evolved to is routine meetings with various groups from the university and from BAMF, eventually evolving then into how can we train, educate, present or provide the skills necessary for theranostics. And what we've come up with then, after all of that is kind of distilled down, is this idea to begin a theranostics certificate, completely collaborative. Our initial thought was we have to go right away for the nuclear pharmacy certificate. We don't have to. By moving to a certificate, we can involve, of course, pharmacists, nurses, nuclear med techs. We can also look at others too, like even HVAC people, because that's part of it. Hospitality, a huge part of it. Of course, business. The other thing we can do with a certificate that I think is so important is work with those already in practice so that they don't have to return to school. This is an opportunity that will be online. They can use that then to move forward, move, I think as Dr. Chang would say, into the future with theranostics. And so that whole process was one of just simply listening and then allocating resources that we both share toward a common goal. Thank you.
You talk about active listening as a key ingredient for effective stakeholder engagement. Dr. Chang, now BAMF's work with Ferris State exemplifies all of the ingredients necessary for a successful public-private partnership, which the previous panel also spoke to. Is this a model that you'd like to see embraced in other cities across the world?
Totally. I want every community in the future to see BAMF as an asset and a catalyst in order to release the full power of what the city's future or community's future can be. I mean, this is a brand new field. Brand new field means there's a lot of risk, but also that means there's a lot of great opportunities. We build these kind of infrastructures, but we don't only need infrastructures. We need a wide variety of talents, learning how to design this kind of facility, how to build this kind of facility, how to operate this kind of facility, and how to serve the patients better in this new field of medicine. There's still a lot of things we don't even know we need. And those are the fields we want to identify, and we want to work with the community, with the educational institution, with the healthcare institution, and with the city, with the business institution or community in order to find the solutions and achieve the mission we want to achieve over here.
So really rethinking the workforce and really innovating around allied health professionals and who can be a part of this solution. I think that's phenomenal.
I think it's everybody. Yeah, this is healthcare is gonna impact everybody, especially for the devastating diseases. We all know that's a problem, and it's not a one institution, one person, one group can solve it. It takes everybody working with each other, share the same mindset in order moving things forward.
Absolutely. Now, Stephen, you're unlocking new treatments. Excuse me. You're unlocking new career opportunities. And perhaps just as important, you're unlocking hope. How do you see that as paving the way for impact on future communities in Detroit and across the globe?
That is a huge question, and I will kind of a foundation of that is I often think I drive a lot, you know, traveling across the state, and I think what could healthcare look like if we didn't have what we have right now? If we could ignore all the professions and all the other structures, what would we design today with the technology that we have in the workforce that would provide the healthcare we need? Because I think too many times we're hindered by the professional silos, We don't have strong interprofessional practices where we could. If we could do that, so what academia has to be is the relevant and responsive partner of healthcare. We really have to advance our professions. We have to blend our professions. And when I look at that, I see, for example, going back to the pandemic, there were incredible teams formed across the professions. And again, speaking for what I know, pharmacy, suddenly pharmacists were public health officers too, you know? And so we can do this. And in order to provide those cities, whatever size they are, with the best care and accessibility, we have to look at how we can blend, work interprofessionally, kind of guide our existing practitioners, but also those students that we are educating with the skills, the knowledge, the abilities to be broader in their practice. And I think that will give us a stronger healthcare system. I look at what BAMF does as an example of that across these broad range of disciplines that they have brought together as a team to address diagnostics as well as treatment. So I'm very excited about the future. I think there's incredible opportunity for existing practitioners. I would never say that they're locked into that role. We can all change, and I think that's what we're going to have to do.
Well, we're super excited about this partnership, and we look forward to your continued success, and we're incredibly hopeful as well. Thank you, Dr. Chang and Stephen, for this conversation.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
I had a vision, had a dream, had some resources, but goodness, when I met Centene Corporation, it just went to a whole nother level.
Have you ever heard of the children are our future? How about the children are our now?
Let me hear you say it. I can't hear you. I can't hear you.
We bring inspiration, we bring direction, we bring resources, we bring a moment. And so that's where I think we're really strong at that.
The compassion in the heart of the Hall of Famers, that's one of the best parts of this job for me. They want to help and they want to make a difference. And in this program, they definitely make a difference.
I go around the country talking to kids. You know why? Because I don't need you all to follow in the same footsteps that I did. I need you to be better than me.
You don't have to let what you're going through or where you come from affect who you become in the future. So let where you are right now motivate you to go harder for where you want to be in the future.
Please welcome to the stage Pro Football Hall of Fame Senior Manager of Digital Content, Jameer Howerton, Meridian Health Plan of Michigan CEO and Plan President, Patty Graham, Pro Football Hall of Fame enshrinee, philanthropist, National Youth Advocate and businessman, Daryl Green, and 21st Century Expo Group President and CEO, Iman McFarland.
You know, sometimes the most important plays happen off the field. And that's why the Pro Football Hall of Fame and Centene Corporation are investing in the next generation. Their Strong Youth, Strong Communities initiative is not only inspiring young people around the world, it's also equipping them to become future leaders who will make an impact in their communities. Good morning, everyone. Pro Football Hall of Famer Daryl Green, I want to come to you because after an illustrious 20-year career in the NFL that highlighted 2 Super Bowls, 7 Pro Bowls, and of course, nicknamed the Ageless Wonder and the fastest man in the NFL. However, you dedicated a lot of your time off the field. Talk about what inspired that.
Well, you know, it's an interesting thing that, as you started saying, I played 20 years in the NFL, but you know, at the end of the day, that was a childhood game. We used to play touch on the street, tackle on the grass. But the reality is I had something in my hand. I had influence, I had resources, I had access. And I realized that this thing in my hand was something that I can use to benefit other people. And so that was really the driving factor. This unique childhood thing gave me this type of ability.
Now, you brought strong youth, strong communities to life. Talk about what created that initiative and why you wanted to get that started.
So the idea of thinking about that whole concept, I would be invited to a restaurant and someone would pay for my food. I thought, wow, they're paying for my food because I play football. I can take this and bring 100 kids. Hey, I got the rest of my kids with me. So, you know, that's just the way I've always saw it, you know, that I could take this thing and, of course, be a blessing to my wife of 40 years now, faithfully, and my children and our grandkids. But I could also impact other people. So I'm thinking about that in my dining room, living room, and how can I go around the country and impact other youngsters. And that's what birthed this whole thing, just a thought sitting in the living room about how I can take this and go impact other people.
Now, Patty, I want to come to you because can you please share with us how and why Meridian and Centene have made strong youth, strong communities and embraced it so fully?
Absolutely. When we think about making it possible, we also wanted to make it powerful. And so we did that through partnerships that were aligned and believed in the communities that we serve. And you think about the need around the world and around the country, we see a grave need with engagement with our youth. We have an issue with chronic absenteeism across our public schools. As you think, 2/3 of students have chronic absenteeism. They're missing a ton of their curriculum. And as you think around building a workforce or going into college or their next step in trades, it's really difficult to build a workforce if you've got unpredictability. And then you tie into that behavioral health challenges. 1 out of 5 high school students contemplate suicide, and tragically, 1 out of 10 attempts it. And so we need to focus on our kids. Mental health is health. And we think around whole person care and think around the way we engage. It's stakeholders like every single person in the room who care about our youth. When I think about the potential, it's our neighbors, it's our children, it's our nieces and nephews that we're impacting. And I get the honor of being able to see Daryl Green and Aman interact with kids in this program that's so powerful. And the difference is these athletes are tremendous. They've got stories to tell that inspire. They've got stories to tell that help motivate. And I've seen it firsthand. Across the country, we've done over 40 events and impacted thousands and thousands of students. We've done events in Lansing. We've done events across most of the states that we serve. And it's not just the difference in the moment, it's the difference in their life, the inspiration. And I'm thankful to be here. I've lived and worked in Detroit for 10 years, or over 10 years, and the city is one that has a people with a fire in their belly and an ambition to make a difference, and just thrilled to have the conversation with people that care and people who prioritize this time to have the discussion.
Now, Iman McFarland, Lady Tar Heels is in the building, everybody. You know, throughout your career, you have had a lot of success. But let's just take a step back, because you and I have spoken and you had dealt with your struggles early on. What is your message to the young students when you're at the SYSC events, and how does that message resonate to them?
Sure. Well, it starts with being vulnerable, and that's what the kids really resonate with. I mean, we come in with these gladiators, these superheroes, and at the end of our sessions, we are crying with these kids, both them sharing their hardships and what they're struggling with and what we've struggled with. And for me personally, I was about 6 feet in middle school. And so it was rough times. And because of it, I found myself trying to shrink and meet the size of my peers to avoid being bullied, to avoid being seen. And what I inevitably was kind of but my aunts and my support team really taught me to be proud of my height and to find the positives and the beauty of being unique and being tall. And that's how I found basketball, and truly basketball saved my life. And that's one of the benefits of this program, is that we're trying to not only inspire and empower, but to actually show these kids and give them a framework that they can utilize to find their own unique and positive traits about themselves and to be proud of who they are. And that's really all that matters, is teaching the kids that we work with that they matter, that they're not alone. And so we're trying to meet them where they are and teach resiliency.
Iman, you look fly today. Patty, you look fly today. Daryl, you look fly today. And if I don't mind, I think I look a little fly too today.
That is a good point. I forgot about that.
No.
One of our takeaways. So we try to create terms and things that the kids can take away to remember to love themselves. And what I use is stay fly. And fly means to fully love yourself. And so, you know, at the end of my message, I tell each person to look to your left, tell them to stay fly, and then look to your right, tell them to stay fly. And you can just see that brightness just open up, and they're like, oh, I can say this and still be cool, but reminding myself to love myself. So we really have a good time with that phrase. Thanks, Shamir.
You're welcome. So
Good
everybody
assist.
stay
Good
fly.
assist.
Daryl, I want to come back to you because there have been so many magical moments that happen throughout these events. But what are a few that stick out to you?
Well, first of all, it's a privilege, as she mentioned. You know, I'm from food stamps, free lunch, home. You know, living in the projects, all that stuff. And I know where I'm from. I know who I am. And to go out and face these young students every time we go out, you identify with them, and to have the privilege to tell our stories, as she mentioned. And I'm fascinated with her story every time because I felt good to be 5'8"3/4. I had no problem with that. And 3/4. But the reality is that as we have gone out around this country, we find that every kid wants to be loved. Every kid, every little boy and girl wants to hug, wants to be heard, wants to know you care. And so I remember Anthony Munoz, 6'6", 290 pounds, and Aeneas Williams, Pastor Aeneas, played 14 years in the league. And this one kid, and what they do is they come to you when it's over, and they get real intimate. They tell the truth. Their buddies are not sitting next to them, and they tell you their real hearts. And I grabbed the guys, Aeneas and Anthony. I said, man, I think I have a medicine for this kid just for right now. Will y'all come with me? And man, we, as grown men, husbands and dads who love our wives and kids and them, we gave this kid a hug. And man, you could just feel the virtue going back and forth for that kid. Unfortunately, I haven't responded or followed up with that kid. I don't know, but I guarantee you that medicine was right. He talked about the problem between his dad and his mom and the problem between him and his dad. And I just felt that. And sometimes that's what it takes. We'll travel 1,800 miles to give a child a hug and to say, man, we believe in you. We care about you. I think, you know, that's really the key. If we'll show up, it will show up. Moses was asked, what's in your hand? He said, I have this stick that I knocked the sheep, I knocked the bad things off the sheep, the foxes or wolves or whatever. And we have in our hand, our thing in our hand, and it's our influence, and it's the celebrity or whatever you want to call it. And we're able to use it. We're able to use these not gold jackets that I left at home today because my wife packed my clothes, but I packed my own clothes, so. That's a whole nother story. But I do have this. This is a Hall of Fame ring. So But we're able to use these things that are in our hand to be a benefit to these young people, and it's so special. It's so special. And thank all of you to gather like this, to collaborate about how we can go and do it bigger and better across this nation. Thank you so much. Thanks for having us as well. Back to you.
Patty, with over 40 youth summits, reaching 16,000 kids in person and 22,000 virtually, and over 1 million through social media. What is next for strong youth, strong communities?
Sure. I think there's a couple of things to mention. One is, as you hear Daryl and Aman talk, you realize that they're leaders and they've done so much in their life, but they're not above it, they're in it. As I think around seeing them interact with the community, this is the real. It's such an honor to be able to see the impact. We're really excited because we'll bring stronger youth, stronger communities. Centene and Meridian will bring stronger youth, stronger communities to Detroit this fall.
And we hope that the people in this room could be a part of that movement, that initiative. Daryl, one last thought. How proud are you? Because once again, this is something that you were doing essentially from the trunk of your car, going to schools and building with young kids and shaping the minds and developing them. And then you meet Joyce Larkin from Centene Corporation, and you challenged her. Tell us about that story.
Yeah, I was at an event, and my Nana, she's passed on. She was about 90 years old. And she said, Daryl, come down here and see me in Washington, D.C. And I get in there, and she's telling me to tell this gentleman about what I was about to do. And I told him, and then he gets me on the stage, and Joyce was in the audience, and then the rest was history. But, you know, Centene Corporation, you know, they have mottos, and you guys have a motto. Yours is just care, right? Care for everybody, for all of them. So, you know, you know, it's not just me. And sometimes you think you're by yourself, but you're not. But it's exciting, guys. Again, I said it before. It's a childhood game. But in this country and in the world, it makes you something more than you are. But fortunately for me, I was something more than that. I'm a great husband. I'm a great dad. I love God. I love my family. I love people. And so Centene has this strength and this power to bring together all these people, and they care. Like, whoa, let's do this. And so it's been over 10 years, as you talked about the statistics around the numbers of students, but there's still more work to do. But I'm proud of everything that we've done, and I encourage everybody, all of us, sit in your living room and think about how you can impact, whether it's your next door neighbor or someone in your community, or it may be bigger or it may be smaller. But I'm going to continue to do this until I die. I will never retire from serving. We can all serve. Dr. King said we all have the drum major instinct, but he said that we can't all be first, though. We can't be out front with the stick, but we can all serve. And I've always believed that, and I'm going to do it until I'm no longer here.
Well, on behalf of Iman McFarland, Pro Football Hall of Famer Darryl Green, and Patty Graham, I'm Jameer Howerton. We want to say thank you, and thank you, and we can't wait to see you in Detroit this fall. Thank you.
The Gonzalez Garcia Family Park.
With Global Citizen, UNI, and Bedrock, and Gadara in the Detroit, I believe, southwest part of the city. We're weeding, we're creating seed balls, we're creating garden baskets, and we're just helping to restore this beautiful neighborhood park.
We build safe and thriving neighborhoods where people want to live, work, and play. And one of the ways that we do that is through youth development. And we are so excited to have Global Citizen here in our park.
Everything usually doesn't get picked up. It doesn't really get cleaned up until people like us come out and, you know, start doing restoration. I feel like it brings people together, honestly. I feel like doing all this work brings people together.
It's a culture that is inviting, and all they want to do is really create spaces and environments for kids, adults, anybody in the community to just really feel safe, loved, and able to grow.
Please welcome to the stage Gadara CEO, Abhishek Humbud, and Global Citizen co-founder and Chief Operating Officer Simon Moss.
You just saw the power of communities and corporations working hand in hand to create environmental and social impact.
Culinary is the world's largest employee volunteering platform, enabling millions of employees to volunteer in their local communities in 100+ countries. And we believe that AI is the most transformative technology for human development, enabling access to practically everything from the world's best doctor to the best teacher to the best coach, and so much more to everyone at a fraction of the cost with a 24/7 availability. And all the jobs of the future will have AI as a key component. But we need to get AI in the hands of all. And through our global network of volunteers, that includes AI engineers from the world's best and largest technology companies, we are launching a bold mission to bring AI literacy and empowerment to communities around the world.
Our mission at Global Citizen is to build a world free from extreme poverty. We believe that AI has the power to be a transformative force for poverty reduction, but it must be developed and deployed as a tool for human progress, not inequality. That's why I'm thrilled to announce that Global Citizen is committed to partnering with governments, companies, civil society to ensure that AI accelerates, not undermines, efforts to build a more just, sustainable, and poverty-free world.
And Culinary and Global Citizen are proud to work together on the AI for All mission. Through this initiative, we'll mobilize over 1 million skilled volunteers, including thousands of AI engineers, to share their time and expertise to empower communities worldwide with AI.
Together, we believe we can make AI literacy a global movement. But we're going to need your help to mobilize volunteers, leveraging AI to scale education and integrating AI literacy into global citizen campaigns. Together, we in Gadara have set a goal to educate, engage, and empower 10 million people around the world to be AI literate by 2030. 50% of those people, our target will be to be women and youth from underserved regions, places like Detroit, who for so long have been left out of inclusive and equitable education opportunities, as well as our grassroots partners in African countries and all around the world. So we want to make sure that those historically left behind are amongst some of the first to unlock the potential that AI represents.
We are embarking on a bold and ambitious mission, and we're inviting partners to join us in shaping this. And you can start by scanning this QR code and just sharing your interest on how you would want to potentially partner with us in this AI for All mission. We're also doing a session just after this in the flag room, starting in 15 minutes on AI for All. And we request all of you to join us as we ensure and explore how we could empower every person, every profession across countries and communities to be empowered with AI. Let's unlock together the power of AI for all.
Thank you, everyone. Have a great day.
It's time to grab some coffee and check out one of the networking sessions you see listed on the screens. It's all happening now on the 3rd floor. After the break, multifaceted artist Shifi McFly will take the stage for a moment you won't want to miss. And we'll speak with 3 celebrated chefs who have built community by breaking bread. All of this and more when Global Citizen Now returns.
Detroit is the comeback story of this century.
Detroit's the city of champions.
This is Detroit, Michigan.
When I explain Detroit, there's this thing that you have to wear on your back.
I don't think anyone knew just how remarkably challenging and devastating things were.
So we bought a house.
Was it $1?
This is our view.
People who worked in these plants and these cars that built these engines, so that's why this city makes that sound.
And so when I seen the world slinging mud at it, it was like, yo.
We create the narrative, not the outside world.
Wherever there's destruction,
our experiences here,
there's always rebirth.
It's really the fate of the entire United States.
I don't think Detroit's come back.
I feel like we're further ahead.
I honestly don't think it ever left.
Please welcome back to the stage your host for Global Citizen Now Detroit, Jessica Nabongo.
Woo! I don't know about you, but now that I've had my coconut water, I'm feeling refreshed and I am ready for more Global Citizen Now Detroit. Up next is a true hometown visionary, a multidisciplinary artist, muralist, DJ, and proud Detroiter who has spent over a decade turning the streets, walls, and soundscapes of the city into bold, beautiful expressions of identity and power. And remember the roller skating rink downtown? That was him too. Whether he's behind a canvas or the turntables, he is constantly remixing what it means to represent Detroit, fusing rhythm and resistance with every brushstroke and beat. His work lives all across the city, from the DeQuinder Cut to Eastern Market. Today, he's here with a live painting performance that celebrates the spirit of our city and the freedom of creative expression. So while the music plays and the colors move, let yourself feel what makes Detroit so singular, gritty, brilliant, and alive. Give it up for Sheefy McFly.
How you doing? When I say Detroit, y'all say what up, though? Detroit? I love that. I love that. I'm here to paint a little bit for y'all while I'm painting my tunes as well. This is called Eddie's Revenge. So this style I got right here is called Sheefy Faces. It comes from like cubist, abstract backgrounds. I really honed it around the city doing murals and everything, and this became my distinct style. So I'm gonna just do a little bit of touch-ups, you feel me, before I do the panel. How y'all feeling today? That's what's up, that's what's up. Which one should I use? Let's use this one. It's my favorite black right here to use, so if y'all like to paint, carbon black, gold and fluid acrylics. Hit it with a little bada bing, bada boom. Y'all see the gators? They real. I like to add action lines as well, inspired by Keith Haring and his characters. It really shows movement in the piece. This song right here is called Go and Jit, featuring Lola Damon. I produced this as well. Let's see, we gonna call it done. How y'all feel about it? Well, thank me for your time. Well, thank you. Thank me. What I say? Thank me or thank you? I can't hear myself over the music because it's so good. Let me see. I'm gonna just add a few more for kicks and giggles. Bow. All right, I'm done. I'm gonna call it quits. I'm gonna call it quits. Okay. If you'd like to follow me, at Sheethy McFly, all one word. Google, Instagram, TikTok, all that good stuff. You know.
Make Food Not Waste is an environmental nonprofit based here in the city of Detroit. We are focused on making sure that we keep food out of landfills. So we landfill 2 billion pounds of food every single year in Michigan. So this is our upcycling kitchen. We are prepping a lot of food right now. We have Brussels sprouts, we have green beans, we have volunteers here that are snapping green beans and taking out all the other ones that we don't want and composting them. We have amazing volunteers cutting and trimming Brussels sprouts. So they are cutting the ends off that you see here, and then we're gonna cut them in half and it's gonna be turned into an amazing salad. What we do in our upcycling kitchens is we take surplus rescued food and we turn it into meals for the community. So we make anywhere between 2,000 to 4,000 meals every week, and our chefs are able to turn it into really something so delicious and so nutritious for community members.
You know, it's just such a crucial part as a city is starting to redevelop or rediscover as Detroit is. I think you also have to look at how you're using your food supply, and it's a lesson that can be taught all throughout the country and all throughout the world.
I would make Food Not Waste because it's all about community love and supporting this wonderful, wonderful community in need. Being able to reduce food waste is just one solution, and how we can maximize our resources and be able to utilize that to feed more people, to reach more people.
Please welcome to the stage award-winning chef, restaurateur, author, and activist Marcus Samuelson, founder and president of Solid Africa, Isabel Kamariza, co-founder of Sanctuary Farms, John Kent, and CEO of the Fair Food Network, Kate Krause.
Detroit, what up, though?
What up, though?
So exciting to be here. It's truly an honor to be here today, surrounded with so many incredible, passionate individuals dedicated to tackling one of the most fundamental challenges of our time, food security. For me, this topic is personal. As a child, I battled tuberculosis, and the lack of access of nutritious food really delayed my recovery until my teens. So I know firsthand the profound impact that food insecurity can have on a person's life and their journey and the health in the future. And it made me realize, as a chef, it starts with what's on your plate. Today, we're going to dive into some of the most innovative solutions, hear from groundbreaking leaders, and explore how we can all work together to build a world where healthy, accessible food is the right, not a privilege. So, are you guys ready to dive in?
We think so.
All right, good. John, I'm going to start with you. Sanctuary Farms, tell us about the whole idea, where did it come from, how did you land on it, and its work right now.
Well, it all started because we wanted to focus on the soil. And the soil is in great need today. It's projected that we're only going to have 50 years left of crops to grow.
because we live in a very plastic environment that is degrading the soil. So our work is making sure that we're diverting food waste from the landfill and instead being put back into the system to be properly decomposed to make really healthy, nutritious soil. And this is important because if we don't have healthy soil, we don't have healthy food, and without healthy food, we don't have healthy people. And this couldn't be any more important today because we're seeing the massive cuts that are happening to SNAP, which is going to be a tremendous impact for our community. And this is going to disproportionately affect Black and brown people, and in particularly single mothers. Single mothers in the city of Detroit represent 60% of the households. So we want to make sure that folks have access to not only good soil, but food. And we're really grateful to be doing this work because we sit on the shoulders of so many different people within the city doing this work, because Detroit, as you all know, is an urban agricultural giant. So, we're just doing our fair share.
Mm-hmm. Speaking of SNAP, Kate, reduction on its support can affect 16 million kids, 4 million adults, so 20 million people. How do you tackle a number like that, and what's the work that you specifically work with that can support and change that trajectory?
Right, thank you. Yes, it's a difficult environment for SNAP, and I think that the question really is about how you change the system from within the system. How do you make the existing system work better for the people that it's intending to serve? And I think that has to start with shoring up the system itself, to the point that you're making. Like, we must have a SNAP program that protects the most vulnerable folks from total food insecurity, and that's the place that you have to start, especially now. Beyond that, I think, and this is the place where I get excited, this is where Fair Food Network's theory of change comes into place, is how can you work within that system and take it and maybe play with it a little bit, do something innovative, and make it work better. And what we think about and what we like to do is to look for the levers in the system, look for the huge flows of capital that are out there and available. So it's SNAP, as we're talking about, but it's school lunches and it's institutional procurement, the capital market itself. There's all sorts of opportunities within those pools of capital to bend them toward justice, to bend them toward health, inclusive economy, resilience. So I know we don't have a lot of time, so I'll just tell you the one example that we're talking about here. I think you've got a statistic up there, which is the Double Up Food Bucks program, and that's a Fair Food Network program that's been around now for 15 years or so, and it works with SNAP to make SNAP a little bit better for the families that are using it. So the way that it works is, if you have a SNAP card, you're using food stamps, you take it to a participating location and you can double the amount of fruits and vegetables that you buy with. So you buy $20 worth of collard greens and kale, and you get another $20 to buy more fruits and vegetables. And we like to say that that's a win-win-win. It's not just a win for the families that are bringing home more fruits and vegetables, but in order to participate in the program, the retail outlet actually has to meet a certain threshold of local procurement, and they need to have a certain kind of ownership structure, essentially local, at least within the state of Michigan. And so that gives us that win-win-win when you're, I think with the number up here, 90, almost $100 million of total produce that's gone through Double Up and SNAP as a result. And that's just, that's just for the families. And then you've also got that same number going through the retailers and and back to the farmers. So in that way, you're really taking this giant pool of capital and trying to bend it toward justice. You can do that with all the other ones too, if you want to be innovative about it.
Great, thank you. All three of you, there's been transformative experiences that made your choices to be in food and do the local work that is so important, and nationwide work that inspires and changes trajectory on food. But Isabel, for you, in Rwanda specifically, you were a law student, just chopping away, becoming a lawyer, and then, boom, you're suddenly in food. How did that happen? And tell us a little bit about Solid Africa. Like, what is the work that you guys do on the ground in Rwanda?
Thank you so much, and so happy to be here. As you said, I think I always have been a foodie. I think I started cooking when I was like 3, 4. Went into law because I didn't know what I wanted to study. Hated law, drop out of law, and started feeding a homeless person back in Belgium when I was studying. And then I realized that it was costing me €1 to actually make a sandwich, give him a fruit and something to drink.
Mm-hmm.
So when I came back home, I went in a public hospital. And I went with that same idea. It's not actually expensive to have access to a healthy meal. But statistics are saying something different. In the world, we have almost 3 billion people that can't afford to have access to a healthy meal. And yet, we always talk about food security. But you can be food secure. You can have food on your plate. It doesn't mean it is nutritious. The conversation really have to shift and quickly shift into nutrition security because that's what we need to be. We need to be nutrition secure. And while being nutrition secure, you're going to end up being food secure. So in Solid Africa, our work for the last 15 years is to debunk that idea that food is expensive. What is expensive is the process. Mm-hmm. We make our entry meal at less than 15 cents USD a plate, and our most expensive meal, it's at $1 a meal. And we are talking about a complete meal. So we are really building public nutrition infrastructure to show that it is not expensive to feed somebody healthy meals. I would say that's what we do. We feed around 100,000 patients on a yearly basis, and then we work with the Ministry of Education to revamp the school meals. We are piloting on 7,500 children.
Wow,
yes.
Congratulations, that's wonderful. John, as cities, urbanization, cities are growing, and you think about a place like Detroit where you have traditions with obviously incredible farmers markets and surrounded by farms, but also a growing city. So what can the work of Sanctuary Farm, how can that change things? How can it be part of the conversation to create a more equitable food system?
Yeah, so our work doesn't sit in a vacuum. We have to partner with so many different organizations, the likes of the Fair Food Network or Detroit Black Food Sovereignty Community Network, Feed and Freedom Growers, and also other community-led organizations. Our strength is that we are consummate collaborators. Mm-hmm. And that is how we've become so successful as a species. We are social creatures. I think what makes us unique is that we're really concentrated on the soil and making sure that we're handling that aspect of things because, of course, a lot of our agriculturalists, they don't have the time to put a lot of work in creating really good compost. So they'll come to us for that so then they can use our compost to grow their food. But another aspect that I want to bring into the conversation, because you mentioned being in an urban environment, as our population is continuing to grow globally, more people are going to find their way into cities. So as an urbanist, background, I call myself an organic urban planner before I went to school. And shout out to my urban planners that I see from UMich in the audience. But the point I'm trying to get to here is that I believe that cities have a responsibility to ensure that the citizens have access to fresh food where they are. So we need to become more hyper vigilant and more hyper local to ensure that there is food availability. Again, going back to these major cuts that we're about to experience that are going to affect, I believe, 41,000 jobs and $15 billion just within the state. Wow. And that's going to be a major hit, especially in Detroit, because a lot of our folks need access to that. So I think this is an opportunity for our next mayoral candidates, because I'm not really hearing a lot in the conversations about this, to figure out how are we going to make sure that folks in this city have access to fresh food and quality soil. So that's a part of our work.
Wow, great. Kate, thinking about it from U.S. and international point of view, what can the U.S. learn from international programs? I mean, you just learned a little bit about what Solid Africa does, but U.S. constantly projects to the world, sometimes positive, sometimes not so positive, but what can also the U.S. learn from other programs that we then can bring back here and have a local impact, like something here in Michigan or in Detroit?
Yeah, thank you. I'm so excited that you're here, Isabel, because I think really the first answer to your question is that so many Americans need to just understand that there are things that we can learn outside this country. We have a tendency to be a little bit myopic as a nation, I think, sometimes. And so that's the place to start. But I think that the key is when you're looking for those levers that you can pull and you can change, you need to be really attentive to the context in which you're working. And so the SNAP program exists in this country, but it's really different. Social safety nets and all sorts of government programs are really different in other places. And there's all sorts of political, economic, traditional knowledge that can be gained. And I think that the main thing that I would emphasize is that when we're looking at how to create these models to really focus on the positive and give people something that they can run toward rather than something that's punitive. And we like to say, look, we don't need a stick. We just need a better tasting, more nutritious, and cheaper carrot.
This is for the group as the last question. Focusing on community and solutions, what approaches have you found, Isabel, and to the group, that's been really successful that we can maybe do our own version of? What do you find work in communities that works really well?
Yes, I think really nutrition security, it's a mindset issue. I think that it has to start from us as an individual. On which place are we putting food? I come from a culture where we don't actually talk about food. It's not something that we put forth. But if we need to create healthy nations, everybody have to be conscious that they need to be healthy. And I think for me, the community, it's about understanding their challenges on how they see food, debunking the myth. Like, for example, people think that you will need to drink milk if you're a new mother to be able to have milk. But humans, we work like cows. You only need to have grass, vegetables, greens, and some water. So there's also the fact that in my community, people would drink a lot of porridge when they have a baby. Lots of porridge. That brings diabetes, that brings other issues because of that lack of knowledge, but also of just the changing of the mindset. So I think that what works fine is that we need to be conscious of what we put in our body and understanding that food is everyone's fuel. It's not a subject for few, it's a subject for all of us.
Real quick, what's your thoughts?
Yeah, I would add to that and say we just got to re-indigenize ourselves. We've become so individualized and we're moving so fast. We have to remember that we come from the land and we have a responsibility to take care of it, If not, we ain't gonna be here. And it's really that simple. Mm-hmm. So I hope through this conversation we can see the real importance that food has on our mere survival. But, the elephant in the room that, we really need to, be conscientious of is how are we treating the land? Because how we treat the land is not undifferent or not unlike how we would treat each other, right? So if we treat, the land with care and respect, maybe we can start treating each other like that, hopefully.
I think that the way that I would build on that is to say that it's equally important as we think about health and healthy eating to think about the health of the farming community and the farming system. And Detroit has this amazing network of urban farmers, but it's also really dependent on the rural communities in this state and always will be. You don't get to scale as amazing as the urban farming scene is here. There always needs to be this connective tissue between, the us and the them. And I think if we can break that down a bit and actually really understand that we need to be investing in the small and mid-sized farmers and make sure we have a fabric of a local food economy that can sustain us into the future for the next COVID, the next climate change, the next war, whatever's coming, because it's coming, right? And so if you're investing now in the sustainability of that network of a local farming system, you have the ability to withstand the shocks into the future.
Isabel, in terms of, for you, Rwanda is a place that food-wise, identity around food, depending where you are from the world, you may or may not know that much. What can you tell us about Rwanda itself in terms of food, and what should we all here in the room know one thing about Rwanda that we can take with us? So next time we come and visit you, we have a little bit more information.
Yes.
But you just learned what up though, so you know, now you're in the D. So, but, you know, what should we know about Rwanda?
Yes, Rwanda really is a fertile country, and we have great seasons. It's never too hot, it's never too cold. So you can harvest all year round. And then what you need to know in Rwanda is that we are a country that really eats a lot of vegetables, and we love beans. If you are Rwandan, we eat beans at noon, we eat beans at lunch, dinner, whatever you say, we always eat beans. So we have many ways of cooking beans. But I think also that country is really, Rwanda, it's a country where we talked about the soil, where we take care of the soil, where we use organic fertilizer. So yeah, come in Rwanda, we are the country of 1,000 hills.
There you go. Well, I want to take this opportunity first to thank to this amazing panelist, was very insightful for joining us. We've seen through our talk today across the globe that food and nutrition security is the foundational for healthier, resilient, connected communities. Now, everybody here can help out, so help us in this work towards finding a solution as well. Using the QR code displayed, you can take action to urge decision makers to fully fund life-saving food aid. Definitely urge everybody to sign up for that because it's a very important time. Thank you to the audience. Thank you to Global Citizen for bringing us here. And
thank you, Marcus.
I can't wait to have this conversation in the back as well. Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
Please welcome to the stage CEO and co-founder of The Stories of Us, Ashley Shaw Scott Auger, Detroit Poet Laureate, founder of Black Women Rock, and author Jessica Care Moore, multifaceted artist Sheefy McFly, and owner and artist with Dealashy Artistry, Deanne Wiley.
Good afternoon, everyone. Oh, come on now. Good afternoon, everyone. Okay now. Today we have three incredible Detroit-based artists whose work is not just art. It is storytelling, it's activism, it's really deeply reflective of the city that they call home. And in a world where stories are told about communities and not by communities, these artists are picking up the pen, the paintbrush, and the mic to tell their truths. So let's start with a question for everyone. We know that artists aren't just reflecting the city, you are also shaping the cities that you're in. That's a lot of responsibility. How do you approach that responsibility? We'll start with you, Jessica.
Fearlessly. I approach it everywhere I am in the world. I've traveled all over the world for the last 30 years as an artist, and everywhere I go, I say, "What up, though?" I let people know that I'm from Detroit, and the questions you get when you're from Detroit, especially, they say 10 years ago, they talk to you like you're in the ICU. And so I just remind them that we're alive, that we're not on the ICU, that we go outside, that we are flourishing. We have restaurants here, and they really talk to you like, "So how's it going?" You know what I mean? It's never like, "Oh, Detroit." So maybe that's 10 years ago. Now it's like, Detroit's so much better, isn't it? And so I got to deal with that irritating shit, you know what I mean? So then I got to go like, nah, it was better when my daddy was here, you know? I left New York in 1995 for Brooklyn, and everybody in Brooklyn knew where I was from, so we're clear. Because they used to try to introduce me as a New York poet, and I was like, oh, hell no. I'm from Detroit. And so I don't know what the question was, except that I show up as myself at all times, and that's what Detroit artists do.
Absolutely. So we love that. We love that about you, Jessica. Just to share, the question was about the responsibility of being an artist, and how do you approach that?
Like how Jessica said, fearlessly, definitely, with love. I feel like if it wasn't for art, if it wasn't for Detroit, I wouldn't be here today. Art saved my life. And when I do make my murals and make my paintings, I feel like my most connective paintings are the breadcrumbs and love pieces I leave for Detroit, like Detroit Never Left or Techno and House's Black Music. I put these type of monikers in my murals so people can learn to understand the culture in Detroit. So I feel like it's a responsibility to reteach Detroit to Detroiters, because we get so many like big companies that come here and they just come look at us in a fishbowl, but they don't really understand that we've been prominent, we've been here, we've been moving for so long. And now that it's more powerful, we got to take the responsibility to not only teach the world, but teach ourselves of the importance and power of our own soil.
That's right.
Beautiful.
Love
it. For me, it's about being informed and like knowing what's going on in my community, because I create images that I tell my audience that is of my experience, but also their experience here growing up in Detroit. And so in order for that to be authentic, I have to know what's going on in my communities. So I stay informed, I stay connected. I never want to be the artist that's making art and saying it's for Detroit, but I'm all the way somewhere else, and I'm never here, and I'm never participating, I'm never seen out in the community. And so for me, it's about being active, it's about being informed and knowing what's going on.
Sweet.
Beautiful, thank you. So I'm a CEO of a storytelling organization that gathers artists from around the nation for them to tell their stories in public spaces through public art. So I have to start with stories. Jessica, I would love if you would tell us about the untold stories about Detroit that you want to hear.
It's illegal for me to tell the real. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Shifi was there with me when it happened too. I'm kidding. The real stories of Detroit. I mean, you know, my daddy's story is the story that I hold dear. And my dad, we're up south people, if you don't know. All of us are Alabama, Georgia, Mississippi people. And then the rest of us are from the Middle East. So we're clear. So we have a huge Middle Eastern community. I grew up on the border of Dearborn. So I grew up right there on Tireman, that thing that divides black folks, some working class white folks, and our beautiful Muslim and Chaldean communities. So that was my neighborhood. I think that's an untold story. That's probably one of them that needs to be told more, is the connection between the black and the Arab population and the Muslim community here, which is a thriving, big community that helped raise me up here. I'm actually writing a short novel in verse called Our House in the Middle of the Street, which is about two little girls who grow up across the street from Tireman. So I think that's something that people don't know, that we are a diverse city. They also just talk about Detroit. We are a predominantly black city. That's fantastic. But there are also people here from Mexico and from Lebanon and other spaces. And so I think that's one of them. But my daddy, coming from Alabama with nothing but his construction company and his will, and he built his own company here. And that's why I can't work. I could work with you. I can't work for you. And that's been my daddy. I never saw my daddy work for anybody. And those kind of black folks built this city. So even though you might see a lot of white people in Detroit now, believe me, their mothers and fathers didn't necessarily build the place that they are enjoying their latte in. And so, respectfully. Some of that, I know some white folks from the east side, they bout it. But, and their parents are from here. You know, my friend Irish, my friend Brian, his Irish brothers and sisters are all from here. But truly, you know what I mean? Like, my daddy's story gets washed away in the new, so.
Thank you for that. I love that message of solidarity. So, Deanne, we had the joy of working together with the Stories of Us. Deanne created a sculpture that was here in Capitol Park, and it's currently in Cleveland. Shout out to Bedrock for supporting that exhibition. Your work in particular is a mix of illustration, of storytelling, but also of community memory. I'm curious, how do you use children's books and illustration and visual art to speak about cultural narratives?
For me, it's about looking to see like what's missing in the children's illustration world. I think in the last 10 years, we have gotten a lot of more representation with like little black kids being in books, but it's still the light-skinned little girl with the big afro. And so for me, when I'm illustrating, if anybody's familiar with my first book, Homegrown, it's a little dark-skinned girl. And so for me, when I'm illustrating, I want to speak to the child who is still looking for themselves in the pages of the books that they're reading. So I'm putting the disabled kids, I'm putting the little fat girls, all of them, because they deserve to be in those stories and see themselves just as much as anybody else. And so that's how I kind of take control and create a new narrative. And having little kids with locks. And so one of my books, the child is getting their locks retwisted. And it's just like, you don't see that a lot, even though we have kind of come a long way with seeing little black kids, we still have to ask ourselves, why is this particular image more seen than the other children that we have in our communities? And why don't they deserve to see themselves? And for me, it's about not only answering that question, but putting the literal pen to the paper and creating that.
Thank you. Now, Jessica, you're a Detroit Poet Laureate. So you know all about Detroit, you know the history. I would love if you would indulge us with a story that is the essence of Detroit.
The essence of Detroit? Okay. Wow. I mean, the soul of our city is the people. I mean, that's truly what it is, and I think that's my ongoing narrative about what I write about when it comes to the narrative that I write in my books. Detroit has always been a character inside of my poems, and it's easy when someone says, "Oh, come and read a poem about Detroit." I'm like, I got 2,000 poems about Detroit. But the essence of our city is like what's different about us is that, you know, look at our city. We're not Brooklyn on purpose, you know, and although New York is fantastic and LA is fantastic, there's something about neighborhoods and that we're made up of small neighborhoods. And, you know, you see you guys are downtown. If you're visiting here, you might see like 2 or 3 blocks of Detroit. Like, it's not just downtown. It's the east side, it's the west side, it's Rosedale Park, it's Palmer Woods, it's Herman Garden Projects, where I learned how to play basketball off Tireman. That doesn't exist anymore. So it's truly people inside neighborhoods. That's when I was growing up, we didn't come downtown. We went to Belle Isle, then we came back home. Like, you know, it wasn't like we stayed downtown all night. We were like in neighborhood bars. My daddy would go to the spot on Linz and on Livernois, where he knew everybody. It was a BYOB. We regular kind of folks. And genius at the same time. And if not for us, right, what music would exist? You know, at Mottown to techno to the jazz artists that are here to some of the best visual artists in the world. And definitely, you know, the reason why I still exist is that I was raised by black institution builders. I know Broadside Press and I know Lotus Press, Naomi Law Magic. So I'm the Detroit Poet Laureate only because there was a Dudley Randall before me and there was a poet laureate named Naomi Law Magic who taught me up, who said, Jessica, I went to Brooklyn and I started publishing the New York poets. Why take a black girl from the west side of Detroit to publish Saul Williams' first book or publish Raz Baraka's book or Asha Bandeli, became an institution builder in New York City? Because it wasn't enough just to be famous, because Detroiters don't really care about fame, they care about the work. And the work ethic that I got from being here has propelled me to be able to still be here. So.
Now, Shifi, we know that public art has the power to transform cities and to shift cultural attitudes and narratives, you have created murals all over the city. And not just the city, the state, and beyond, right? So you are part of that shift locally, but also globally. So I'm really curious to understand what your visual language and your approach to murals has done to shift who we think art is for and where it belongs.
I just did a residency in Bihać in Bosnia. I stayed there for a month, and it really showed me just a whole different scope of how people take in art, how you could change a space. It used to be Yugoslavia, and then they had like the war and everything 30 years ago. Like the wall I was painting on literally had bullet holes in it. But when I was painting this wall, it was a 6-story wall. You know, I just did what I did in Detroit. I treated it like a canvas. I just treated it like a piece of me, just like how I do at home. You know, you'll see my faces everywhere, my monikers everywhere. So I just went with that same type of energy. And when I did that, it really made me understand that energy has no language. Art has no language, it's only felt. So when I seen how the community felt and embraced that mural, it really showed me how you can just have pure intentions, and with the right opportunities, you can really change the world. And that's what I'm seeing with murals, you know. And I really jumped into murals because I've seen so many different artists come to Detroit, and they just started slapping murals around here everywhere. So once I really started seeing that, I stayed in Eastern Market, so I just did like the Red Bull residency. That was like big at one point in time. But when I seen like the murals just get taken over by so many different people that's not from here, I took a badge of honor to really, you know, step 10 toes down and make sure that we're on these walls, we're represented, and not only just what the sponsors want, you feel me? I really fight hard for my style and for what I want to say, and I feel like with that, it helps me create a global language that can be understood without nothing being said.
Thank you. Beautiful. So we're going to wrap up with one last question for everyone. You all are cultural leaders. You shape how this city is being seen, how it's felt, you know, how it's going to be remembered. And so I'd love to hear about the legacy that you're creating and what is that impact that you want to have on the next generation. Shall we start with you, Deanne?
Yeah, I think that for me, it's about my art really being able to be in the space with the person and them really feeling connected to it. And I don't think of legacy as a kind of future thing, as a long-term thing. I want people like right now, today, the people that I'm connected with, the audience that I have, the people who support me, I want them to know that I support them and that I see them. And so part of my legacy is the right now. Like, what am I doing right now to connect? What am I doing right now to be in community with my people? And how am I giving back to them? Like, I don't want it to just be about my art. I use the money that I make from my art to like GoFundMe, donations for Black trans women, to support anything that I see going on. And I'm really big on, if I have extra money, to me in my brain, the way I think about it is, if I sell a print for $30, then if somebody on the timeline or somebody in my community needs $30, I can make that $30 back, so let me give this right now. So I think that is what, when I think about legacy, I think about the right now. What am I doing right now?
Shifi, do you want to?
Could you repeat the question for me again?
Yeah, the question's really about legacy. What is the legacy you want to leave in Detroit? What's the impact on the next generation?
I feel like I want to forever be a Detroit player. And when I say that, I don't mean by playing with hearts, but playing the cards I was dealt. I want Black men with tattoos on their face and on their hands to feel like they can be in these white wall galleries just like me. I just want to be an example. And I hope I'm doing good. You feel me? Like, when I think about the future, we not promised tomorrow, so I don't try to get my hopes up and be like, I'm gonna just be here doing all this and that. at least now how I'm moving like with intention, with every day, every breath, and I hope people just see, you know, what I'm doing.
Jessica?
Yeah, so the thing that makes me different than just being an artist is that I've been an institution builder my entire career. I've been publishing poets since 1997 for 21 years. I've been supporting black women who play rock and roll music with something called Black Women Rock. It's the baddest rock and roll concert you haven't seen yet, perhaps, or maybe you have. But last year I did something that I've never had to do. I funded the entire concert at the Fillmore with my own money. The money that I got from being a poet laureate, I spent every dime to making sure my 20th anniversary will happen. I did it with no corporate sponsors. And I just get tired of asking people for money for something that's incredible. And so my legacy will be that I don't wait for people to give me money to do shit. And if it's gonna happen regardless. If you wanna help me along the way and throw me some dollars, I'll take it. But I'm not gonna beg for money from corporations to exist. And so I think that's the thing I've done well, is that I've found a way for the last 30 years to exist without people having to fund me. I do run the More Art House. I have a literacy-driven nonprofit in the city. I have a day party on Sunday for kids that's free at 3 o'clock, by the way, at the Love Building. I'm promoting it now because I haven't promoted it. Y'all come to my party. It's for the kids. I mean, it's family-oriented, but it's a free party. I'm gonna have cupcakes and all kinds of sugar, and Sunday else is back to y'all. And you can buy my children's book. But I think my legacy is that, not waiting. I didn't wait for anyone else to do it. And I do want to create things, especially in the city of Detroit, because I came from Cody High School off Joy Road, and I would like the curriculum change inside the school. They need to be teaching my books in black contemporary poets and poetry in general, outside of Robert Frost and Walt Whitman. The shit that I had to learn, like 5 White Dead Men, are not the only, they're not the template for great literature. And so I would like to see Sheafy McFly's work taught inside the Detroit public school system. So that's so we have to shift that. So otherwise we're gonna keep having to reteach. So let's put the Detroit artists inside the curriculum inside of some of these schools and make every school in the city an art school. Every school should be an art-driven school. Not one, not just Detroit School of the Arts, not just Cas and Renaissance. All the Detroit schools, all those babies on the east side, west side, everywhere, southwest deserve to paint and draw and think and dream. And so that would be my legacy, God willing, if I'm able to see that happen. I'm pushing against the Detroit, pushing and working with the school board and things to say, hey, now that I'm Detroit Poet Laureate, can you maybe put my book in some classrooms? Because our kids should know who I am, if nobody else. And so, that I hope that's a part of my legacy, is that I'm an institution builder.
Incredible. Okay, this has been a beautiful conversation, so empowering. I'm really excited to see what you all do next. So please check out all 3 of these artists. Keep up with their careers. The sky's the limit. We're so excited to watch your legacy unfold. Thank you.
Thank you.
Please welcome to the stage author, global travel expert, and cultural ambassador, Jessica Nabongo, award-winning chef, restaurateur, author, and activist, Marcus Samuelson, co-founder and CEO of Baobab Fair, Mamba Hamisi, and chef and activist, Amanda Saab.
Hello, hello, hello. In my travels, I've tasted the flavors of the world. And I've witnessed the power of the plate to bring people together. There's something almost spiritual about the way food unites all of us. I know y'all are getting hungry. So this is the last panel before lunch. And it's sort of a way to set the table. Think of it as an appetizer, and the ingredients are these incredible chefs and a chat about the culinary connections between cultures and community. Let's dive in. Hey, Marcus.
Hey.
First of all, congratulations on the new restaurant in DC.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
Amazing. We'd love to see it. So you were adopted from Ethiopia and moved to Sweden, where you developed a love for cooking from your Swedish grandmother. You've shared that your birth mother passed away when you were 3, leaving you without the chance to know her. Yet, you found a connection to her through Ethiopian flavors she likely cooked with. How has food simultaneously helped you connect with your Ethiopian roots while also forging a bond with your adopted home and family in Sweden?
Well, I think that Ethiopia as a place is, if you're not Ethiopian, it's not from the continent, it's highly misunderstood how we eat. We have some of the oldest traditions in the world. Teff is a superfood that is our staple in terms of injera and so on. And also, when you are coming from this deficit, that the world sometimes knows Ethiopia through a narrative of just poverty. And as many countries and cultures from Africa, they get known for one thing and then work generations as black people from the continent to scrub that off. So that fueled me in terms of how can you change that narrative that we have something that is incredible, that is important, that is delicious. And you realize when you start traveling that Ethiopian food, compared to my other country, is the majority, because people all over the world through Ethiopian immigrants have had great Ethiopian meals. And then you realize that the Swedish side is actually the side that people don't know what it is. So I just came from these two places that both in many ways were highly misunderstood. So now I said, well, that's an opportunity to create a conversation. So how do you create Swediopian food? The world maybe didn't know that they needed Swediopian food, but you do. And it's been proven. But, I think those two things, having memories, growing up on an island with my grandmother and my uncles, and seafood being the thing. Adoption is very complex and layered, but it's almost you walk backwards, because I did not have memories of berbere or injera. That was something that I had to learn as an adult. So you have these two things, juxtaposition. I felt myself, well, as a chef, this is fascinating. I'm teaching myself about something that I should know, but I don't know. And at the same time, I'm learning about techniques. The techniques I studied in Japan, in Switzerland, in France. And, that means that I got yelled at in every language there is in the world. But that was fine to me. That was like music to me, because I got something back, which was tax-free in every place, which was skills. And then it was up to me as a creative to write my own story and write my own food. And that's when I came to America.
I love that. Real quick, I'm going to ask the audience, raise your hand if you've had Ethiopian food.
Yes.
Raise your hand if you've had Swedish food. Point proven. Okay, Mamba. As a Burundian refugee, you've spoken about your early beginnings in the U.S. From your time at Freedom House, the shelter that provided you with community and support, to Detroiters embracing your family with open arms. Since then, you've made a deep imprint on the city's culinary scene. How has food been instrumental in helping establish a sense of belonging for you and others in the U.S.?
So when I came in 2015, I didn't speak English. And the only way you can talk to someone is through food. You don't have to talk about it. I remember doing my first pop-up around the city. That's what few people knew about Burundi. And then that's my only way. And then when I came here, I was leaving behind Burundi as my country that I love so much, but I knew I won't go back there. I have to find another home. And the only home that I have, not by choice, was Detroit. So I have to make it so I can be a Detroiter. It's been 10 years. I'm so thankful for the city and for the community, the family that I found here. I call Detroit home now. But I'll say food is something that has been, at that time we didn't even have a lot of African restaurants. And it's also my way to express my gratitude also my way to be thankful. Mostly, what was important is still important for me was to tell the story. Tell my story, my family story, because few people, as I said, didn't know about Burundi. You'll be surprised, few people didn't even know that there is African refugees. Most of the refugees that people know is the Middle Eastern, so they didn't know that they're black refugees. So telling that story was very, very important. And also understanding about the history of this country. You know, I'm another black person who's coming to live here, so I have to understand that, and the only way was through the food. And then again, I'm so thankful for the platform that I've been having and the opportunity I've been having in Detroit so far.
Yeah, love that. If you're here from out of town, please go eat at his restaurant, Baobab Fair. Amanda, since 2017, you've been hosting your Dinner with Your Muslim Neighbors series, wherein you welcome a group of strangers into your home to teach them about your culture. Through this, you've used food to foster understanding in a continued time of heightened Islamophobia. What are some things that you've learned in the 8 years of hosting this tradition?
So I began hosting out of necessity. There was a Muslim travel ban, and I thought to myself, what does that mean for American-born Muslims? What is the government saying to us? And I looked around at my neighbors, my community, my colleagues, and I'm like, do you guys agree with this? Because if you do, I need to do something. And what do I know how to do? I'm like, I know how to cook. I'm gonna bring people over. I'm a great host. You're gonna have a great time. Creating space for conversation. One of the first dinners I had in 2017, a woman came to our home and said, wow, your home looks so normal. And I said, the camels are tied out back.
Yes.
She was quiet the entire dinner. At dessert, about 2.5 hours later, she said, I have to share that I had a deep fear of Muslims. And I'm here because my pastor recommended I come to this. I would do a lot of outreach to different community centers, religious centers, all of that. And she said, I was so scared of Syrian refugees moving into my neighborhood, and now I see that I have nothing to be afraid of. And she just messaged me a month ago, and her church is actually, and she's helping coordinate a fundraiser for Freedom House. So.
That's incredible. Wow, that's incredible. Mamba, since opening Baobab Fair, you've also started a parallel business, a packaged food line called Soko, which I love. You're working closely with farmers in Burundi to infuse the flavors of your culture into these products. How has reconnecting with the voices from back home shaped the stories you aim to tell through your food and this brand here in Detroit?
So it's been so great. So last year, me and my family, we went back to Burundi for the first time, and the kids never been. So there was the great moment for us to go around to show them around where we're coming from. And when we started doing coffee business, because we wanted to tell the story, it's easy to tell the story through coffee because everybody knew coffee, but they didn't even know about Burundi. So we went up countries, and we realized that growers was cutting trees of coffee because coffee was not paying them well. And then instead of growing coffee, they were growing maize, corn, because corn you can harvest 3 times a year, and you can consume it, and you can sell more. So they did not any interest about doing coffee anymore. And I was like, oh yeah, we have to do something. So right away, we have to do something. I made a decision that I didn't even know where it's coming from. I was like, hey, we're gonna work with you. Every coffee that you're gonna grow, don't cut trees anymore. We're gonna buy it, and we're gonna import it to US, and we didn't even have any connection. So we're still going through that. So for the first time, these growers have never worked with a Burundian or a black person. So everyone they will see there was white person who was coming to buy coffee. Now I'm going there and negotiating them in Kirundi, and then they feel like, oh, this is valuable. So that connection has been so great. And then this is something that I'm so proud of through Soko, as again, our way to tell the story beyond Detroit was through this product. So this is one that's on a project that we're doing in Burundi, but we have another one that we are doing in Honduras. So we're trying to grow hibiscus and passion fruit there. Again, not only to tell the story of Burundi, but if you go to Central and South America, we have a lot of similarities. the culture is so similar, and this is other way of telling the story, not just Mamba and Nadia story, because I think people are tired of it. And now we can tell other people's story, but that's also come with a big responsibility, because you have to make sure like we tell the story as it should be, or we give people the platform to tell their own story, because I feel like once you have this kind of platform, we kind of forget where we came from. So this is my responsibility to make sure like I keep that going on. Also building the bridge. I think I'm the better person now because of my background, where I came from, where I live now, to build these bridges so these other people can learn about this experience.
I love that. Amanda, you're a Detroit native and a daughter of Lebanese immigrants whose love of cooking began in childhood. You later pursued social work as a career, using food as a creative escape from burnout. Eventually, you returned to the culinary world, competing on MasterChef, and evolving into the chef you are today. How has your approach to cooking been influenced by your diverse background and experiences?
Like many, my first memories in the kitchen were with my grandmothers, my Lebanese grandmothers, who learned to cook fried chicken from their neighbors because they were in community and talking to each other. And just hearing that story from my grandmother, I was like, that was inspiring. Reach out. And now chefs, we're always sharing our recipes and learning from one another. So with every dinner that I do, I learn from the chefs that I'm in the kitchen with. I'm learning from the chefs that I'm in community with every day. My career as a social worker helped me learn the skills to facilitate really hard conversations at dinner, and to build that bridge, like you said, through food and really connecting through a shared meal.
Yeah, I love that. Marcus, you're a true global citizen. From your early years in Ethiopia to your upbringing in Sweden to settling down in Harlem, on your PBS show, No Passport Required, you also explore how food shapes cultural communities across different cities in America. How has food served as a vehicle for you to explore different cultures and communities, including your own?
Well, I think food is one of the best ways to hear, to get into a part of the world that you may or may not know. And it's like you're on the big highway where you know the stuff that may be in front of you in your grocery store, let's say Italian, or let's say French, or let's say, but so many of our stores are not in those big places. And then it can also tell a very regional story, and it can tell an extremely powerful story around spirituality or around health, which we get to health, but we always get to it through drugs or pills. We get there in a very different way. And large part of the world actually start thinking about it through their food, for example, and we're always on the other side of that. So I think food is, especially in times like this, where you have to find opportunities to break bread with cultures and people that some are like-minded and some are not like-minded, and those are great opportunities. So both of these are excellent examples of how you can bring in somebody to your culture, and then you can go deeper on that. And I remember being here in Detroit, being in Dearborn, and eating what I knew about Lebanese food, which was amazing, but seeing it on a local level, but then going to Iraqi food that I did not know that much about, which is equally incredible, right? So it gives you these, for me, great food is like Wu-Tang. It's like 36 chambers. It gets you through all of these different things, but it's beautiful, you know, and it's not what you expected. And I just think the stories around the people that are in food are also incredible, and it leads to other things. So it's a way for us to express ourselves. It's a way for us, particularly in times like this, right? I mean, for me, and what you hear on the news and what you get through your feeds, I just know that that's not it, right? So you have to create other opportunities of figuring out what is it? And we've always had music, we've always had art. Now we have food that are these spaces that you can have dialogues that couldn't be taken away from you, that there is no law or whatever stupid law they're gonna give us. We're not doing that, right? So these are incredible opportunities to create subcultures and connective system. And I think that's always been America's true secret weapon. Has always been these subcultures that is kicked out to the world, whether it's, again, house music from Detroit, or whether it's the railroad system, or how we communicated through graffiti and art. We've always come up with a new way that inspired others. And I think that's what I take away from a conversation like this. It's delicious, it's our way, it's not linear, and no one can take it.
I love that. Okay, I have a quick bonus question. So we have Uganda, Sweden, Ethiopia, Burundi, and Lebanon. But I have to ask you guys, what is your favorite food country? Marcus?
I love that. Well,
you can only pick one.
Thank you for that. I appreciate that. Well, in that case, I would probably say United States, because you can get so much of it.
Okay, that feels like a cheat, but cool. We'll go with it. We'll go with it.
Second, I would probably pick Singapore, because the world meets in Singapore. So that was my 1-2.
Which is basically the entire world in both answers.
So for me, it's Burundi. I grew up eating rice and beans every day, and I still miss it. I still love it. So nothing can stop that.
Okay.
I have to say Lebanon, and I'm reconnecting with my ancestors in South Lebanon and the recipes that they cooked there. So really hyper-specific regional cuisine that I love and feels like home.
Oh, I love that. Thank you guys so much. I'm going to say Georgia, the country of Georgia.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, my God. Amazing. Have you been to Tbilisi?
I'm reading this book about Georgian food now, and when I was flying over here, the lady was like, Atlanta, Georgia? I'm like, not quite, a little bit older.
A little further,
Yeah.
a little towards the Caucasus Mountains. But okay,
And
we have to talk about that.
on the wines now from Georgia and all of that. So,
yeah,
yes,
incredible.
nice.
Well, then we got to talk about that. Well, my goodness, what a discussion. I'm definitely ready for some food now. A massive thanks to our amazing panelists who've given me some inspiration for my upcoming book. So I have an upcoming cookbook with National Geographic called Catch Me in the Kitchen. And in it, you will find a recipe from every single country in the world. And some of them might even be from these chefs here with us today. You never know. So keep an eye out for that. Thank you guys so much for being here with us.
You've been...
Yeah. I'll pop that. All right. Global Citizen Now Detroit is already off to an impactful start, and this is just the warm-up. Later today, Mark Cuban and Wyclef Jean will join conversations around some of the most pressing topics affecting small businesses like tech, artificial intelligence, and the creative economy. We'll also get to experience the sound of Mottown with a special performance by Motown's own Amplify Hitsville Next winners. But Detroit, you know, we're about that action. As I told you earlier today, we are standing on business. Velvet Peanut Butter is an iconic brand that was built right here in this city 90 years ago. And now, under new ownership, it's coming back home. Native Detroiter, owner, and CEO of Velvet Ventures, Mark Reith, is here today, and he has an exciting announcement for us. Mark?
Thanks, Jessica. Really appreciate it. So really proud to bring Velvet Peanut Butter's production back where it belongs, to Detroit. So we're planning on opening up our facility in 2026. And what does that mean? That means jobs sourced locally. So our mission is a little bit more than just a location. At Velvet, we're dedicated to putting Detroiters back to work and fighting food insecurity. So we partnered with Forgotten Harvest to support their mission, which is supplying food for those most in need. So we hit the ground running. We delivered 35,000 velvet peanut butter jars to their warehouse in Oak Park. Yeah. So we're really excited to work with the local community to continue to build this city to make it the greatest in the world. Thanks, everyone.
This is what Hope for Better Things looks like in action. Thank you, Mark and Velvet Peanut Butter, for sharing that amazing news. I think that a peanut butter announcement is the perfect way to kick off our lunch break. So everyone, grab some food and make a new friend, and we'll see you back here shortly.
Feel free to get some lunch and reflect on this morning's events, but come right back. We've got entrepreneur Mark Cuban with some wisdom for small businesses, the Young Artist Collective's vision for the future of Detroit, and a huge surprise for some lucky audience members. Is it you? Find out at 1:30 when Global Citizen Now continues. Please welcome back to the stage author, global travel expert, and cultural ambassador, Jessica Nabongo, and CEO of Afro Future, Abdul Karim Abdullah.
Oh, you guys must have eaten well because the energy turned up. So everybody's full. Okay. So everybody knows the summertime vibes in Detroit are unmatched. And this summer, we're taking it to another level. As you just saw, Afro Future is making its U.S. debut right here in the D.
Yes, very excited. What up, though? This is a 2-day experience that's taken over Bedrock's Douglas site with music, courtesy some of your favorites, like Ashake, DeVito, Kate Renata, Ludmilla, and Detroit's own T. Grizzly. With an added bonus, we have food, fashion, art, and you don't want to miss it. It's more than a festival. It's a bridge to the energy of Africa, and Detroit is the perfect city for us to host this experience. So for everything you've given us, Detroit, this is our gift back to you.
All right, y'all. We're giving away 40 tickets to Afro Future. 20 people in this room and a guest of their choosing. Somebody take me, please. Okay, clear your calendar, August 16th and 17th, because you are going to Afro Future. So everyone, look under your seats right now. See if it's you. If you have them, stand up. I want to see who I'm going to the concert with.
Oh, he's coming. He's coming. Hey, nice.
Yes. Make sure, check the back of your ticket for instructions on how to redeem it. Oh, y'all are like on the floor trying to find these tickets. Okay. If you got your tickets, hide your tickets, okay? Congratulations, everyone. If you didn't win tickets, be sure to check out Afro Future and grab your tickets today. I can't wait to see all of you guys there. Thanks.
Pleasure.
What I want the
world to know about Detroit is that it's a vibrant, fun, friendly place to be, welcoming to international cultures, and full of innovation and entrepreneurship.
I want the world to know that Detroit is just a beautiful city made up of beautiful, wonderful people. We've introduced global music phenomenons like Mottown, the arts, our culture, all of that is represented in the very fabric of our nation and the very fabric of the world.
As a native Detroiter, I love the people. I love community. Detroit is resilient. Detroit has grit, and everyone uses that, but we really do. We're really resilient to the changes, the great things happening here in the city, the green space.
I want the world to know that we are one of the most culturally rich, historically significant, trend-setting cities that the world has ever seen. We have a beautiful waterfront, and our people are loving, generous, powerful.
I say just like come and visit. Like come and spend time in Detroit. I think the best way to experience Detroit is to be physically present and just spend a weekend. And you're probably gonna love it.
Please welcome to the stage co-founders of Black Tech Saturdays, Alexa and Johnny Turnage, Rocket Executive Vice President Engineering, Papani Okai, Director of Delta Sustainable Skies Lab, Sangeeta Sharma, and Ghana's Minister of Youth Development and Empowerment, George Opare Addo.
Hey everyone, how y'all doing? Awesome. Y'all have a good lunch? All right, we are going to get into this conversation. Again, my name is Alexa Turnage, and this is my husband, Johnny. And we are the co-founders of Black Tech Saturdays. We're really, really excited about this conversation. But before we get started, Johnny, why don't you tell everybody a little bit about Black Tech Saturdays?
All right, I'm gonna be real quick because I know I can go a lot. Black Tech Saturdays is a 2-year-old community. We are a national movement closing the racial wealth gap and driving inclusive economic growth.
Awesome, awesome. All right, y'all, we're gonna get into our panel. Next is Now, Preparing Our Youth for a Tech-Driven Future. Okay, our first question is to all of our guests. As we think about preparing youth for an evolving tech-driven world, what do you believe is the most urgent opportunity or challenge we need to address right now? Papani, we can start with you.
Oh, that's a fantastic question. I think when you think about the future, you have to think about how our youth are brought and made ready. And I think when you think about first principles, how you enable them to think from that narrative. I think the second thing you have to think about is understanding that knowledge is power, and ensuring that they are learning and acquiring knowledge to understand the values that they are learning as they go along. I think when you think about all the various aspects of, and we'll talk about AI and technology, understanding how to use these tools is far more important about the tool itself. And understanding when to use those tools is also fundamental to that process. And I think the final thing I would say is that my father told me 3 principles. Knowledge is power, integrity is everything, and the last thing is that discipline is paramount. And when you have these 3 things together, I think it forms a great foundation.
That's awesome. Beautiful. I love that. Sanjeev, the same question for you. As we think about preparing youth for an evolving tech-driven world, what do you believe is the most urgent opportunity or challenge we need to address right now?
Yeah, no, and I love what you said, Papani, about knowledge and discipline and how those things bring power. I work for a commercial airline, and we celebrated our 100th year anniversary this year, which is really exciting.
Shout out to Delta Airlines.
Shout out to Delta Airlines. But if you think about what the next 100 years of travel and connecting the world are going to look like, first of all, we have some big, hairy problems to solve, decarbonization being one of them. But secondly, I think we're sitting in a time where we don't necessarily know what the solutions are going to be to some of those problems 100 years from now. And so when we think about what should I be investing in today, it's how do you invest in skills and mindsets that build resiliency, that build and foster innovation and creativity, and really help us think fluidly about the problems that we're trying to solve.
I love that. That's such a good point as we think about the future and youth. But Minister Addo, all the work that you are doing in Ghana right now, this is a really important question for you. The same question as we think about preparing youth for this ever-evolving, tech-driven world, what do you believe is the most urgent thing we need to address right now?
Thank you. For me, I believe strongly that what we need to understand is first the worldview of we Africans and where we come from, to be able to appreciate the challenge that confronts us. If AI is going to shape the future of work, then we must begin to understand what Africa needs. Africa doesn't just need to be users of AI, but what we need is to be creators of AI. Our data must be fed into whatever we are doing so that we're able to lead in that discussion. Else we'll be consigned to become just users of it and not appreciating what AI is really going to do for us. AI is going to shape the future of work. It's going to shape robotics. It's going to shape green transition. And so we must begin to appreciate our data more as Africans. We need a certain understanding and appreciation of issues. If my worldview is not featured prominently in whatever you design for me, and then you bring me solutions from Silicon Valley, we may be mistaken and we may not get to the basis of it. Young people constitute the biggest cohort in Africa. And so for young people to be able to appreciate AI, then they must not just be users of it, but creators of it so they can lead in that respect. Thank you.
I love that. Sounds like we all need to be heading to the continent soon. I love that.
Powerful, powerful. Minister Otto, staying with you, you said AI is becoming essential in Ghana, especially in areas like farming and healthcare. Can you share an example of how young people are using AI to solve real problems and create jobs at the same time?
Sure. There are two main organizations in Ghana that I'll speak to their experience. There is a company called Complete Farmer. Complete Farmer is using AI to support farmers through agronomics. Traditionally, farmers in Africa always depend on the weather, and it has always been guesswork. But ever since Complete Farmer got onto the market, they are able to predict how the weather is going to look like. They're able to also send messages around. What Complete Farmer is doing in Africa is not just using the big labs from Silicon Valley and what have you. They are using basic knowledge from what they've gathered from the farmers. And so they are not using computers. They are not using fast-paced internet. They are using ordinary SMS, radio stations, but they're able to communicate to the farmers in a way they understand. And so it's supporting their yields and it is building on what they are doing. Also, farmers have been able to improve their yields. There is also another organization called Wahoo Mobility. Wahoo Mobility is doing so well in terms of supporting mobile transportation through electronic motorbikes and what have you. And this company has been able to help young people reduce the cost of fuel because they are leveraging on e-energy to do their distributions. And this has really helped in a lot of ways. It's also created a lot of jobs for young people. There is another organization called Yemitech or something that is also using AI to support research into cancer. All the data that we had in respect to people who were living with cancer was data from the West. But what this organization is doing is getting data from people within the locality. And so it's helping in the production of medicines and then treatment of cancer patients. And this is also creating a lot of jobs for young people by gathering data and going out there to also explain the basic rationales of what can be done to support their everyday lives. Thank you.
That's awesome. How many parents do we have in the room? If you're a parent, raise your hand. I'm just thinking about what Minister Addo just said, and when we think about the future of work in our youth, we know that they have to be using technology now. We cannot wait, we cannot be left behind anymore, and so we know that AI is really, really important in the future of technology. We have to let them jump in the deep end now so that they can get all those tools. And that leads us right into our next question for Papani. We know you've worked with some of the most widely used digital platforms in the world at Rocket. Shout out to Rocket. Yes, I know they're here in the building. And you're focused on using AI to make home ownership more accessible. What are the key things young engineers and product thinkers need to understand if they want to build tech and create trust in communities and serve people well?
Okay, that is a multifaceted question.
I know, that's a lot in one.
I think, look, technology is evolving faster than ever before, right? And I believe that as AI continues to be more and more used, it's more of a tool. And I tell people this because I want to make something very clear. AI is not going to come for somebody's job. what is going to happen is that people who know how to use the tool of AI will come for your job. And so when you think of it from that perspective, it's more about how do you understand how these tools work? How do you build these tools? Again, going back to my very first statement, understanding fundamental principles, first principles. How are things built? What are the factors? How do you think about using abstract mind thinking to think about breaking things down to the various components? So that'll be the first thing. I think the second thing you have to think about is, don't just build tech for tech's sake. Build tech because you're trying to solve a problem. And that problem, in my humble opinion, should be something that is tied to humanity. Because at that point, you're going to have people who are going to use your tool, use your capability, and it's also to benefit mankind. And I think the final piece about the trust with the community, again, fundamental principles, integrity, discipline, and knowledge. Do not take shortcuts. Use integrity in everything that you do, because at the end of the day, you lose trust. The one time you make a mistake and you lose trust with that, you're done. In my experience, I've worked with a bunch of different people with different startups, and as soon as you start lying or tweaking data, you end up losing the entire battle. So my humble opinion, be focused, have complete integrity, and do not ever budge on your values.
Powerful, 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 powerful. All right, Sanjita, you lead the Sustainable Skies Lab at Delta, which is all about accelerating innovation. How do you see the pace of innovation changing, and why is it so important for young people to learn how to experiment, fail fast, and try again?
That's a great question. I think what's interesting and unique about the aviation space is that the time horizon of our innovation cycle is very long. So if you think about when a certain type of aircraft was created, your traditional tube and wing, that was in the 1960s. It takes that long to create, certify, and then safely fly technology like this. Yet even in the space of commercial aviation, we're seeing that cycle accelerate, and we're seeing that cycle of innovation accelerate because of tools like AI that enable faster throughput. And so I think what that means, much like Papani said, is it's about how you approach innovation. It's about how you use the tools in your toolbox. And specifically, we launched the Sustainable Skies Lab because we know that we as Delta are a commercial operator, but we don't have all the answers. And what we really need to do is open the door and partner with the innovators, the people who think fast, the people who fail fast, to get solutions into our operation, to get solutions scaled. And we've established the Sustainable Skies Lab for 2 years now, and I think I'm pretty proud to say that we have just as many wins as what I'd call lessons learned, because we're gonna fail fast, and we're gonna have to learn a lesson and pivot from there. And I think, particularly when I interact with younger entrepreneurs or students, being supportive in that environment and creating environments where it's okay to take risk, where it's okay to fail, there will be safety nets, is really important, because otherwise you don't get that step change innovation.
That's so good. So Sanjita, how can people get involved with the lab? Is the lab here in Detroit, or how can people get our young people involved with what you're doing?
Yeah, our lab has projects all over our Delta footprint, so reach out. First name, last name at delta.com. We will take any and every idea, and we're really trying to solve, again, decarbonization of a hard-to-abate sector. I don't know how to do that myself. And so we're partnered with academic institutions, with folks that just have an idea, with folks that worked at the big company, couldn't get the traction, and they've spun off. We'll take anything.
I love it, I love it. Okay. Next question for Minister Otto. Not everyone we know has access to formal tech training, but you've made the point that AI can still be useful to them. What are some practical ways young people in rural or low access areas are learning to use AI, and what could cities like Detroit learn from that work?
Thank you. Like I started by saying, in Africa, we have difficulties with infrastructure. So we don't have access to Wi-Fi in almost every area. But like I've always said, when there is a need, you find a way around it. And because we know the importance of AI and we know what we are looking for, young people have found innovative ways of using AI. People are not using computers, they are using their mobile phones to access information. People are using WhatsApp platforms as chatbots to pass on very sensitive information to farmers, and it's working. What we've learned from the African experience is that you don't need big cities just to lead, and I believe strongly that Detroit can learn something. Tech teaching does not always have to start from the top. You can start from the base. And the very basic things that you will not even pay attention to, once that need arises, you would find a solution, and that is exactly what we are doing in Africa. We are using our old radios, the radio stations are helping, our mobile phones have become our computers, and we are leveraging on it. We are using ordinary SMS to lead in discussions that is powering, and we are using it to power AI. And so I believe strongly that cities like Detroit can also learn, not from the very big things, but from the very little things we are doing. And as much as we want to see a lot of investment come into Africa so we are able to leverage on the big platforms, we believe the little we have, we'll leverage on it until the big ones come. We will not wait until the big ones come. Our worldview helps us to appreciate that the little we have, we can turn it around and then make something out of it. Thank you.
Woo! Yeah. That's so good. It's time out for waiting around. We got to use, Sanjita, even like what you said, we got to use what we have in our toolkit to get us where we're trying to go. So that's important.
All right. Papani, next question. With Rocket based in Detroit, how do you see the city evolving as a future tech hub? And what advice would you give to young people who do not often see themselves represented and are looking to break into today's tech industry?
I'm always getting these questions.
I know you can handle it.
We're saving all the hard questions for you.
Yeah. Look, I think I'm relatively a newcomer in Detroit, right? I've been here 8 months. And I would say what Dan Gilbert has done for the city is something that you only see in comic books and movies, in my humble opinion. But he started out in 1985 in a very small office, and he has built what we call today Rocket. And that proves something. If you can put your mind to something, it's possible. The second thing I want to talk about is he has pulled a lot of different people from different parts of other industries to join Rocket. I'm one of those. I never thought I'd be working in a home ownership or mortgage in Detroit. It was not on my cards. But the fact that we are doing something here, people are taking notice, right? I used to be the CTO of Venmo. I am now here. I noticed it. There was something very intrinsic about the solution that he was trying to solve, a problem he was trying to solve. And so people are already seeing what we are doing here. Black Tech Saturdays, that's a thing people are noticing. And people are asking questions about it. What is Detroit doing? People are noticing it. I think the second thing is, look, I didn't have a blueprint. There was no blueprint for me. When I was growing up, those of you who know me, our parents would tell you either be a doctor or a lawyer or a surveyor, right? Right? Being a computer engineer, people are laughing, they know what I'm talking about. Being a computer engineer was not a thing. They thought I was playing around. I said, no, I knew my vision. The one thing I'm going to tell the youth, if you have passion for something, do not wait for somebody in your ethnic group or your color to be leading. Go for it if you truly do believe in it. Because what would happen, you will start asking questions, you will start challenging the status quo, and you will ask for help. Not everybody's going to help you, but those that will open doors for you. So if you have a belief in something, do not wait for somebody else to approve it. Go for it, and don't look back. Look, there were times that I told people I was going to do this stuff. I wanted to be an executive, I wanted to be a VP, I wanted to be the CTO. They laughed at me. They said, it's impossible. Nobody's done before. But that is fuel. That was my fuel. And today I'm proud to say that my parents are happy and glad that I'm doing what I'm doing. So,
woo! I love that so much, Papani. You dropping gems. We can all own the dream in our own way, and that's so, so important. So as we come to a close, you all give it up for all of our amazing panelists. Woo! We have a really, really special announcement that we're really happy to share with you all to support our next generation of tech leaders. Johnny, why don't you tell them?
So in support of the next generation of tech leaders, Black Tech Saturdays is proud to announce that we've created something really special. We call it BTS Innovation Quest. It is a physical and digital flashcard game to teach youth tech foundations, tech entrepreneurship, and tech ecosystem navigation. These cards are really gonna help make sure people can start tinkering, whether they have technology or not, so they can start to use their imagination and use what they have to build, because it's about access. And so what we're doing is, because we know we can do a lot at BTS, but it's not just about us. So if you scan that code, you can sign up to be a distribution partner. We'll get you some cards so you can get them to the youth in your communities. So please help us in making sure that this is possible. Thank you, thank you.
Thank you all so much. Appreciate you all.
My name is Romeo Quara. Welcome to Middle Grade. Middle Grade is a space where photographers can come teach, learn, and create work. A lot of equipment that I found was scarce in Detroit. Being able to open a space where photographers can have access to those resources here locally was very important to me. Young Artist Collective program is very important because you get to hear the voices of the youth and the next generation.
My site is built on a once vacant factory, and being able to embrace the green space just allows the city to bloom.
So my project, the Belle Isle Connector, is looking at ways that design can help reconnect communities through historic infrastructure that has been built disconnecting places.
One of my biggest surprises when I first moved to Detroit was the vacancy, and just realizing how many vacant lots and houses were in the city. But I was hoping to invite people to reflect on what vacancy means in a city like Detroit with such a rich history.
Detroit was designed for cars and not people, so I wanted to bridge that gap by prioritizing the opportunity for cycling.
Ideally, there would be a space in one of the neighborhoods where people could come gather, and this is a shelter that can go above that space.
I took the kind of craftsmanship from local Detroit to make the bus stop like more friendly and more accessible for more people.
My project aims to address Detroit's goal of establishing a resilience hub network to kind of address emergency situations that occur due to natural disasters.
That's why I think the Young Artist Collective is amazing, and the work that Global Citizen is doing is really, really important.
Please welcome back to the stage your host, Jessica Nabongo, and give it up for retired Detroit Lion, filmmaker, and artist, Romeo Okwara.
Hello, hello, hello. Global Citizen's Young Artist Collective is a platform for creatives to drive action through art. And here in Detroit, students from the University of Michigan, Lawrence Tech, University of Detroit Mercy, and the College for Creative Studies have come together to envision the future of sustainable cities. Their art has been displayed throughout the downtown area and was curated in partnership with this man standing here with me, a man who needs no introduction in this city, photographer and former Detroit Lions defensive end, Romeo Okwara.
Thank you, Jessica. It's such an honor to share the stage with you. As you just saw, these young people are passionate about our shared future, and they've poured that into their pieces. This has been such a powerful experience working with these young visionaries to reimagine the possibilities for our city and the cities around the world. Our 12 Young Artist Collective winners are here today. Please stand. Let's give them a round of applause for their willingness to drive action through art with their bold and forward-thinking pieces.
Congratulations to the winner, and a special thanks to Pentel for sponsoring this year's Young Artist Collective. Thank you.
When it comes to building a thriving economy, small businesses turn passion into progress. From pop-up shops to established brick and mortars, small businesses are at the heart of local innovation, creating jobs, supporting communities, and shaping industries. Which is why PayPal and Global Citizen have designed the Small Business Impact Awards with the aim of celebrating entrepreneurs who are using commerce as a force for good. Up to 5 entrepreneurs can win a cash prize of $25,000 along with pro bono business consulting services. So, whether you're donating to nonprofits, building a sustainable supply chain, or creating opportunities in underserved neighborhoods, this award is for you because your impact goes far beyond the bottom line. So together, let's build an economy that works for everyone.
Please welcome to the stage entrepreneur and co-founder of Cost Plus Drugs, Mark Cuban, co-founder of Mona, Andra Leon Hanna, and CEO of Detroit Future City, Anika Goss.
Good music. All right, you guys ready to get to work?
Yeah.
All right, we all know that small businesses are a big part of the engine of the economy. They create jobs, revenue, everything that we need. But for many small businesses, raising money is hard. Our guests, Anika and Andrew, are here to walk through the challenges faced and some of the innovative solutions that they have. So let's start off with Andrew. Andrew, Mona is faced on getting capital to entrepreneurs who are often overlooked, including underbanked, minority and immigrant founders. What are lenders missing when it comes to serving these communities?
Yeah, thank you, Mark. Appreciate the question. Thanks for being here. What an event, right? What an amazing event. Thank you, Anika, for the great work you're going to share a little bit. And Mark, thank you for being a champion for small businesses. To answer your question, they're missing a lot. When it comes to lenders, when you think about banks and loans for small businesses, it's often backward-looking. It's often, credit scores. It's often past revenue. It's not as much future-looking. It's not as much potential, proximity, and persistence. And so what I mean by that is a lot of small businesses will have the potential, the ability to look, the capabilities, the ingenuity, the resilience, and they might have incredible ideas, but by looking backwards at only historical kind of records, you're not able to kind of see that potential. And then with proximity, a lot of the underserved, underbanked entrepreneurs we work with are really deeply in their communities. They know their communities better than anyone else. They know new markets, by the way, markets that are often overlooked. That could have a lot of opportunities there. And then in terms of persistence, people who have been through difficult things in life, whether it's a refugee who's fled their country or an asylum seeker who's fled their country, people who have gone through poverty and are living in a difficult situation are able to persevere in ways that others cannot. And in many ways, that should be a badge of honor. And so that ability to be resilient, and then also the need for that business to actually drive success, and it's not even just an option, it's not a plan B, also leads to greater success. I'm sure, Mark, you've seen businesses where just giving up is the reason that it failed. And so you have all that. We have some businesses in the room today, actually. We're working with about 100 Detroit area small businesses. Maybe give a shout if you're a small business.
Let's go. Where are y'all out there?
Yeah. So, I'm seeing some familiar faces. We've been emailing back and forth. We're going to have a workshop after this, but we have an urban garden revitalizing Detroit. We have an art gallery in downtown Detroit. We have a tech company that's working with foster families in Detroit to get access to government resources. All entrepreneurs who are deeply embedded in their communities, know what their product is, and have a track record of success, who deserve the funding and capital. And the last thing I'll just quickly say is, there is good news on this. There are lenders increasingly who are looking outside of the traditional models. So there are nonprofit lenders, there are mission-driven lenders, CDFIs, who look more at character-based underwriting and look more at potential going forward. And that's critical because small businesses in my family, it's a huge path to economic mobility. It was for me and my family, and it's a huge path also to job creation. Small businesses create 2/3 of net new jobs in America, so it's critical to support them, and that's what we're trying to do.
Well, Anika, give them that applause for that. Wait, how many entrepreneurs from Detroit are here?
Nice.
All right. You guys get it done. That's what's up. So Anika, Andrew was talking right about exactly what you do, right?
Yeah.
So how are we going to fix these challenges?
Well, I don't know that we can fix all of the challenges all at once. But first of all, let me say, what up, doe, to all of the Detroiters. Thank you for having me. I'm so excited to be here. I think one of the really interesting things, and one of the things that we really focus on at Detroit Future City, is not only how do we actually address how to build more small businesses and entrepreneurs, but how to grow those entrepreneurs, right? The vast majority of businesses here in Detroit are now micro businesses. And when we surveyed about 1,500 micro businesses in Detroit, 65% of them had said access to capital was the #1 reason that they were not able to grow their small businesses. But only 30% of white businesses felt that access to capital was the problem. So in fact, in a city where there's 78% of Detroiters are African American and 9% are foreign-born immigrants here, that's a real problem if we are not able to allow for entrepreneurship to grow and thrive as a part of our overall economy. And so it's up to us to identify these gaps and barriers and figure out how to close them directly.
You know, both you guys talk about centering humanity and communities as guiding principles of what you do. And I'm a big believer entrepreneurs and anybody trying to help has got to have guiding principles. Starting with you, Anika, what does that mean to you?
So for us, you know, Detroit is a city of neighborhoods, right? And not only is homeownership a key value and principle, but small business and entrepreneurship. This entire city is actually made up of commercial corridors. So every neighborhood you go into is bounded by a commercial corridor all through the city. And so if we're not focusing on the neighborhoods themselves and the opportunities for those neighborhoods to prosper, including small businesses, the humanity in that is that we are limiting the people who are living in Detroit, the people who are living in these communities, from actually accessing economic opportunity. Downtown is fantastic. Midtown, all of the revitalization that you're seeing is amazing, but until we can actually create easy access for every Detroiter to prosper and benefit and access the opportunity of this revitalization, that is the humanity part of this. That is how we see success.
Man, I'm gonna start looking at places to stay here in Detroit. I'm moving to Detroit now with leaders like Anika here. You know, when you talk about centering humanity, Mark, a lot of my work focuses on immigrant and refugee communities. Often it sounds like it's about, underwriting. When we talk about access to capital, it's underwriting, it's lending, it's numbers. But really, a lot of it comes down to the heart of it. It comes down to storytelling. And what are the stories that we tell and we choose to believe about people other than us, people different than us, and people who are often ostracized or treated as, as other. And with immigrant and refugee communities, my family, my parents immigrated from Egypt to Jacksonville, Florida. I don't know if there's any Jacksonville fans out here, Jaguars fans. Okay, yeah, the two. Excuse me. What was it? I heard
That's
something.
A stretch right there.
I heard something.
That's a stretch.
No, I heard something. All three Jaguars fans are in the room right now. No, I was telling someone yesterday the Jaguars are exactly like the Lions, except they still suck.
Yeah.
So, no, but, I'm a huge Jaguars fan. I'm a huge Jacksonville fan. And part of it is that my parents made a huge impact on the community. My dad started a primary care practice. He was a doctor, and he made a huge difference in the lives of thousands of patients. Literally, patients who would not be alive today, who were served in ways that, when he retired, they wrote letters that were so heartfelt. And the impact, and to think about that impact would not have existed had it not been for my parents immigrating here and making that choice and then starting that business and making that bold decision. It's really a beautiful thing, and we have entrepreneurs that we work with who are all from all over parts of the world. One other example is we have an entrepreneur named Frent who works, he immigrated from Haiti and he started a coffee company, and he has been able to create jobs in his community, and he's also sourcing from Haiti, and he's able to create sustainable jobs for Haitian farmers back in Port-au-Prince in the region where they were very affected by Hurricane Matthew. So we're talking about massive impact just from often a little bit of capital. But unfortunately, if you listen to the media, if you listen to many politicians, you'll hear victim, villain, right? It's either immigrants and refugees and other many communities are either to be looked down upon and pitied, right? Or they're to be treated as, we've all heard it, they're coming to take our jobs, they're coming to commit crimes, they're going to degrade our culture. And nothing could be further than the truth. Immigrants and refugees are some of the most powerful, creative, and resilient people on this planet. It's really sad to see the stories take root. And when it comes to entrepreneurship, which is just one angle, they have 2x the rate of entrepreneurship as the average citizen. Refugees and asylees created $120 billion in net fiscal impact, according to the government over a 10-year period. And crime typically goes down in communities that settle folks. And so, when you are, and then not only that, but they're also the heartbeat of our communities. We talk to entrepreneurs who during COVID were bringing meals to the elderly on their own dime. We talk to folks when there are natural disasters like Hurricane Harvey in Houston who are opening their doors. They're the ones who are there for our communities. And by the way, outside of all of that, take all of that aside, the key of storytelling is no matter what they contribute to our communities, these are equal human beings who deserve treatment with dignity and respect no matter what they do. Right?
Yep.
And so
that's
where storytelling comes in.
The best businesses are built when people don't believe in you. The best businesses are built when you're overlooked. Because while everybody is over here looking over there thinking that's the right place to look, you get to do what needs to be done. Who knows your community better than you do? Nobody. I'm not going to be able to walk in and say, okay, let's start a business in this neighborhood or that neighborhood. You know it. That's what makes the start of businesses so incredibly important, because you get to access all the people that you know that there's no chance I'm going to get to know them. So when people tell you no, it can't happen, just roll your eyes, because there's only one person who can stop you from making your business successful, and that's you. It may not happen as fast as you want. You may not have the resources you think you need, but I'll add one other thing. AI is changing everything. In the past, when I would work with small companies or startups like Anika and Andrew have done, it'd be like, okay, you need to talk to this person or that person. Now all you gotta do is talk to ChatGPT. And you all use it, right? You can get it to write a business plan that's better than any shit I could write. And that's important, because this new AI stuff, like ChatGPT, is the ultimate level upper. It gives you access to every professor, every article ever written, every business comment ever made. And so use it. Use that, because when you put it to work, you can create an opportunity and create businesses that are better than anything you ever imagined, and that can kick a lot of people's and change your life and change Detroit and change the world. That said, before we close out, Andrew's got some big news for small businesses here in Detroit. So Andrew, take it away.
Yeah, thank you, Mark. We've been talking about how small businesses are the heart of the community. They're the heartbeat of our community. They're often creating jobs. They're a path to economic mobility. And like you said, often the underestimated ones are doing great work. And so we want to support a lot of the underestimated entrepreneurs and give them a little bit of fuel and firepower. And so we're super excited today to be announcing the launch of the Detroit Access to Capital Initiative. And the goal, and the goal is going to be to connect entrepreneurs across Detroit and the region of in the Detroit area to $1 million in affordable loans and grants in the next year. So we're very excited about it. And that starts today. And this is, by the way, a great partnership with a lot of Detroit area organizations and hopefully many more. So the Michigan Black Business Alliance, the Detroit Hispanic shout out. The Detroit Hispanic Development Corp, the East Warren Development Corp, and then now Detroit Future City with Anika's team as well. So we're super excited about that.
Yeah.
If you want to learn more, shout out to those partners. Yep. And if you want to learn more, we're doing a workshop afterwards, a breakout session on access to capital in the United States, and particularly we're going to be doing a way to get funded for entrepreneurs as well. We're going to get started on applications. That's in the flag room on the 3rd floor. Hope to see you all there, and very excited for what we can do together.
Is there a website where people can get information?
Yeah, there is monaventures.co. So Mona, M-O-N-A, ventures.co. And if you're an entrepreneur, go ahead and click on there, and we'll talk to you after today.
monaventures.co. Everybody got that? All right, that wraps up our panel. I want to say thanks to Andrew and to Anika. This is great stuff. And more importantly, I want to say thanks to everybody in the room. Because without you starting businesses, nothing changes. You guys are the ones that can change the world. You guys are the ones that can change Detroit. You guys are the ones that can change everything, so that when we look back, we can all say it started here at Global Citizen. So thanks, everybody.
Please welcome to the stage Head of External Affairs and Communications for Bridgewater Associates, Ryan Drazowitz.
Hello, global citizen. At Bridgewater, we're built upon a core belief that the best ideas should win, no matter where or who they come from. We call it our idea meritocracy. It's a culture where anyone, regardless of title or background, can challenge conventional thinking, introducing new ideas to help get the best possible answer to some of the most important macroeconomic questions. Because in a world that's changing fast, where power dynamics, technology, and economics are being disrupted and reshaped right in front of our eyes, that kind of independent thinking isn't optional, it's essential. A big change that Bridgewater is tracking is this worldwide shift away from globalization to a more protectionist world, where nation states are looking inward and using trade to build strength. This is what we at Bridgewater call the rise of modern mercantilism. It's a massive global shift, and understanding how it will play out is critical. That's why, in our third year of partnership with Global Citizen, we've launched a global competition, Forecasting the Future, a modern economics challenge. We are opening the door to Bridgewater's idea meritocracy, inviting anyone and everyone to join us. It's a powerful combination. Bridgewater brings its deep research expertise, which it has compounded over the last 50 years, and Global Citizen brings a powerful global platform to mobilize action on the world's most urgent challenges. The only thing missing is you. Together, we're opening the door to bold thinkers everywhere to predict how today's dynamics of trade, policy, and power will shape tomorrow's world. If that excites you, apply. Or better yet, come meet with us. Join us in our breakout session upstairs to learn more. Share your thinking, ask your questions, and most importantly, be a part of something that's bigger. We hope you'll join us. Thank you.
For decades, the world economy has thrived on free trade and limited state interference. And now, that era is waning. As open markets recede, supply chains realign, and globalization evolves into what we at Bridgewater call modern mercantilism. Nations are doubling down on self-reliance, strategically managing commerce, industries, and economies to build national wealth and power. This isn't a phase, it's a foundational shift. For 50 years, we at Bridgewater have held the belief that the only way to navigate tectonic realignments are to fundamentally understand them. And by mapping out frameworks of cause and effect linkages to better project future outcomes, we envelop ourselves in diverse perspectives grounded in our meritocracy, where the best ideas win. Forecasting the Future, a modern economics challenge, is an opportunity, an open call, seeking your insights on what's presently unfolding and your predictions on what's to come in this once-in-a-lifetime macroeconomic reformation. So bring your bold models, innovative solutions, and join us to better understand this emerging new world. The top 5 applicants to be awarded $25,000 and a chance to join us and continue making predictions about how the most important things will work.
Still to come, we'll go beyond the game and learn how a thriving sports franchise can lead to a thriving community. Then, performing artist and activist Wyclef Jean will tell us how he is ensuring his fellow artists get their share of a global economic boom. But first, we invite you to head to one of our special breakout sessions where you can connect with your fellow global citizens around some of the topics we've discussed today. Please check the screens on stage for more information. Global Citizen Now will be right back.
Because technology is ubiquitous.
Because technology is what connects us.
And humanity is resilient.
Wanting the best for everyone on the planet.
We can tackle problems, fast evolving problems, like never before.
Global Citizen has worked to connect those in the corridors of power and some of the biggest artists and entertainers to everyday citizens, so that when disaster strikes, we can swing into action immediately. And that rapid and coordinated response is what makes our model so impactful.
The Nature Conservancy is a global nonprofit focused on conserving lands and water on which all life depends. And the data we collect helps us understand what choices we need to make to save our planet.
With a movement of millions of people, we needed technology and systems and infrastructure. That is the means through which we can tell stories that help people see their connection to fellow global citizens all around the world.
Protecting biodiversity and combating climate change are systemic problems, and technology, data, cloud, generative AI, machine learning, these are tools to help us really understand what's going on.
And Amazon Web Services has been the backbone of the infrastructure that powers our movement.
Amazon Web Services brings that power of scale, security, transferability to the teams doing different but similar work.
It not only serves as the hosting platform for our website and for our app, it's also Amazon services that provides insights that we can use to make better campaigns that citizens can then use to take action to drive real change.
Technology for conservation is about the people, the places, and the priorities.
And we need a technology provider who can be there with us.
When you have speed on your side, you realize that we're all in this together.
And then we see that the actions that we take, while they might seem small on an individual level, when we add them up, they can quite literally move the world.
So leveraging these technologies for good, that is a unifying force.
Please welcome to the stage serial entrepreneur and co-founder Cost Plus Drugs, Mark Cuban, and Michigan's Chief Growth Officer, Hillary Doe.
Did you guys miss me? You didn't miss me that much, obviously. You know, talent is the new currency. In order for you guys to grow your startups and your businesses, you need quality people. But today's workforce, as you know, being part of the workforce, wants more than just getting paid. And we're going to talk about that, how to recruit people and to retain top talent. Right, Hillary?
Yes, absolutely. Thanks for hanging out with me for a little bit.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to this. So for those of you who don't know, Hillary is the first person in the entire country, maybe the world, to take on the role of Chief Growth Officer for a state, which is really cool. Yeah. Now, that's big time, particularly in Michigan. But what has it meant for you to be the lead in this? And tell us what that job is.
Yeah, absolutely. So the task at hand for a chief growth officer in our case is to tackle population growth. So when you think of growth, of course, you also have to think about economic growth. You need to think about the quality of your places because your decision about where to live includes all of those things. Are there great opportunities? Are there great places? Are there welcoming communities? So when we took the task on, first and foremost, frankly, a lot of people said, this is going to be really hard. Yeah. This is going to be really hard.
And it has been, hasn't it?
It has been hard. I mean, it's not the kind of metric that changes overnight or in 6 months or in one political term.
So how do you measure success then?
We watch all kinds of things. First and foremost, of course, we look at migration data all the time, but even because the census is slow, right. We also look at things like moving company data. Where are people going to and from? Mm-hmm. And we look at metrics that our faster growing peer states had that we didn't. So higher median incomes, higher post-secondary attainment, and tried to figure out what we could do to boost all of those as well.
Which brings to the obvious question.
Yeah.
What can you do to boost all those things?
Yeah. Well, first and foremost, I mean, the truth is, and everybody in this room, I think, I was an entrepreneur before this. I was.
What did you do?
I was the president of a tech company in
Just
advance of this.
What'd you guys do?
Yeah, we built software for nonprofits and advocacy organizations to raise money and all kinds of other things. But I know there's a lot of folks in tech in the room because I got the chance to chat with some of them. And all of you have the same challenge that I did in some ways because folks will tell you the thing you want to do is impossible or really, really hard. Yep. And they certainly said that about this task as well. But I think the way to take on any of those big challenges, whether it's kickstarting median income growth or increasing post-secondary attainment or growing the population, starts with doing it in partnership with lots of other folks. Like you need community.
Yep.
You need to surround yourself with great people and find the folks that know the stuff that you don't know. And so we started with going all over the state. We talked to 20,000 Michiganders in person, asked them what they love about being here and what's between them and building their future here, and let that dictate our policy agenda. That really helps you get things done.
Well, what did they say?
Yeah, we heard folks tell us, from young people, especially 18 to 34, they care about housing, number one, access to affordable housing, and the ability to access ownership of housing. Number two, cared about transit, walkable, transit-rich, amenity-rich communities. And if you control for parents, what shot to the top was access to affordable childcare and pre-K, for example. So what matters second after you talk to all those folks is you better do something about it if you're going to build some trust with those folks, right? So we got to work, and the state has passed pre-K for all 4-year-olds in the state of Michigan, universal pre-K, community college access for every high school student for free. For free? And has made historic housing investments. And we really are just getting started. We have a lot of work to do, but I hope that that builds some trust with Michiganders to know we're listening and we're just getting started.
Yeah, let's go to community college, because I didn't realize it was free here. To me, I mean, people always ask me, well, where should I go to school? Should I go to college, whatever? And I was always about, you should go where you can afford. You know, I went to Indiana University, go Hoosiers, but not everybody can afford to go there, or Michigan State or Central Michigan, whatever it may be. I mean, going to community college, particularly in an AI world, I think would be a great starting point. What's been the uptake in that?
Yeah, it's been really popular. It's called Michigan Achievement Scholarship, if folks want to check it out. And I think, to your point, one of the most important things from our perspective about making sure folks have access to those kinds of, that first year of community college, for example, is because the workforce is changing so dramatically, our economy is changing so quickly, and when we talk about population growth, it starts with retention. It starts with making sure that people who are right here tell us what they want in their community, and we listen, and they don't leave. Yeah, they can get connected to opportunities for now and for the long term. We can build shared prosperity for them. So I'm curious, from your perspective, while I've got you here, you know, both what you think is around the corner as it relates to AI and automation to make sure we can build bright futures for those folks.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great question. So let's start with retention, then get to AI. As entrepreneurs, retention is critical, right? Because it's a whole lot more expensive to replace somebody than to keep somebody. And it's harder to grow a business when you have a lot of turnover. And so trying to figure out the best way to keep your employees happy is key to growing any type of business, doesn't matter what it is. And I'll tell you a couple things that I've learned. Number one, like, people seem to think that when you're starting a business, you've got to be tough. You've got to be mean, right? No. I've made a lot more money being nice than being a for real. Like, nobody
Put that on
wants
a t-shirt.
Put that on a t-shirt, right? Nobody wants to work with somebody they don't like, particularly when, you know, it's not easy to go find a job, but people are more and more willing to leave a job. So that's number one. Number two is always share equity. If you're not giving your employees a piece of the business, they're going to go someplace that does. Because if you're going to really expand a state, if you're going to have an impact as entrepreneurs in the state of Michigan, and that lightning strikes and you do something special, there's nothing more special than when you look around all the people who grew this company with you, they come out just as far ahead as you do. Like, when I had a company, broadcast.com, that started the streaming industry. When we sold it, we had 330 employees, 300 became millionaires. When I sold a chunk of the Mavs, we paid $40 million in bonuses. When I sold Micro Solutions, every single time. And you know the best part? My turnover in those companies was negligible, because people don't leave when they get to share in the upside. And so when you're starting these companies, that's part. And so hopefully Michigan can, you know, do some things that encourage people to give equity, right, to retain employees. Is that something you guys have looked at?
Yeah, that's a great insight for sure as it relates to the private sector. But I also think there are ways we can apply that learning to the public sector for sure. I mean, first and foremost, one of the things that I love about my chosen city, the great city of Detroit, and I'm a walking, you know, commercial. Yeah, there you go.
And a good one.
Is that our place is made up of the impact. You can see the impact of so many people who put their fingerprints all over this incredible place over the last, generations and decades.
Yep.
And that lives forever. And same way it feels wonderful when you get to share, equity and success with someone, when you impact your community and
It's
dig
amazing.
in.
It's amazing.
It's amazing. And
Yeah.
you see other people enjoying that incredible investment that you all have made together. The world is just whatever we make it.
Yeah.
So, deciding what you all want to do together and accomplishing it is so beautiful. So first and foremost, go hang out in Detroit. But second, there are fun examples from a policy perspective of doing just this. Like, for example, one of the things we're exploring right now is when you're in college and you graduate, if you choose to stay in state, is there some way for us to pay off those student loans?
That will keep you in state.
And share some, equity with you,
Right.
right? Because you're investing, if you choose to stay here, you're investing in your place.
And plus, you invested in the colleges anyways, right? The public schools. So
Right, absolutely.
It's a
We wanna
return on
keep you.
investment for you.
We want to
guys.
keep you. And you're growing the GDP and you're growing the economy and you're going to build your family here. And is there some way for us to show we care? We launched a program called Make My Home, Make MI Home. We do that a lot here.
Noticed that.
And it's a first in the nation program. Communities across the state are able to say, here's who we know we need to retain or attract. In a smaller place, that might be as specific as teachers. In a place like Detroit, it might be as general as our entrepreneurs or our recent graduates. And then they're trying something to support sharing equity with them, from down payment programs to student loan forgiveness, to say, hey, we know what you have needs and we want to make sure that your best possible choice is staying right here with us.
So what's been the biggest challenge?
That's a hard question to answer.
I come with the good stuff.
You do. I want to just ask you. There are a lot of challenges. It's hard to do hard things, for sure. I think keeping your head down and sticking with it every day is the hardest thing. And that is not true just about this job. That's just universally true. And again, I think one thing that's true about our place, people talk about grit, it's just commitment to not giving up.
Yeah.
Truly.
No, I mean, I grew up in Pittsburgh, and there's similar cities, right? Yes. The weather, at least pre-climate change, sucked, right? And it's very neighborhoody and it's built on immigrants. Yeah. The Czech club, the Yugoslavian club. Every community has got a club or a group that creates community identity. Yeah. How has that impacted your ability to keep people here? Because even though kids, when they're graduating, they want to see the world. Yeah. But there's that tug of family. There's that tug of that generational tug of your grandparents and where you grew up.
Yeah.
How's that impacted?
Historically, folks have moved for jobs and then for family. And often people move in two moments. They move when they graduate from school, and then they move again when they're expanding their family. Right. And they want to be maybe nearer to home or nearer to childcare, for example, something like that. But what we found when we surveyed 6,000 young folks 18 to 34 across the country is that it's just not as simple as one thing. Folks want great opportunities. They want great places, and they want welcoming communities. That's the third thing. So you can see some of the factors in relocating. I already named some of these: housing affordability, walkability. That's that great quality of place, for example, that shows up there. But welcoming communities is right at the top of the stack too. You can't really underestimate how important it is that we lean into community. And I have a question for you as it relates to that.
Okay.
So what I often say in this moment, when we have arguably more social isolation than we've had ever, especially among young people, I don't have a right to retain young people who aren't connected to their community, because it's a commodity then. You might as well be anywhere. Detroit could be Rochester or Seattle or anywhere, right? And I think about that when it comes to the workplace too. We want folks to be able to have access to remote work so they can be with their families, but more and more jobs are that way. Some things are harder to do when they're remote. How do you build community? Do you have advice for workplaces?
Obviously, I think bringing people back to work is a good thing, unless there's a very specific reason not to. Like, there's going to be people that have families, right? And the commute time is an issue, but you have to look at it on an individual basis as opposed to a company-wide basis. I think companies make mistakes when they say everybody's got to do this, because it sends a message that you're not giving specific, you're not caring about any specific individual, right? You're trying to treat everybody the same. And I think now, and I didn't really answer your question before, with AI coming into play, it's going to be harder to make those decisions because AI is going to change how we approach work. But it's also going to make us smarter and more informed if we use the tools ourselves. And I think that's a unique opportunity for the state and for the city of Detroit because you've got so many school resources. Doesn't matter the size, even if at the community college level, it's incumbent upon every entrepreneur, every CEO, every employee for that matter, to learn how to use AI as a tool.
Yeah.
And when you realize that you've got a lot of those tools available to you here in the state, it gets a lot easier. Because it's not just as simple as just, hey, I'm gonna use ChatGPT, because you don't know if it's got access to everything you need. And you don't know if you're using even the right large language model. And I think having resources to educate, having access to great educational resources like you do in this state really makes a big difference to keeping people here.
Yeah. That's like we were talking about. It's really important we're connecting people to skills, if not a specific job, right? That will be there for the long term and will serve them for the long term. And so we're thinking about it in that way too.
Especially now with all the stress.
Right.
Because nobody really knows what the impact of AI is going to be on your job.
Right.
On your company. And when I say nobody, I mean nobody. I don't care. You could be the head of ChatGPT. You can run Google. Like in the past, you could kind of anticipate what was happening next. You can't anymore. And so, but that change creates opportunity. It creates fear. But if you're willing to put in the time to learn how to use these different AI programs, you're going to have an edge. Because as entrepreneurs that most people don't do the work. They just show up. I mean, as entrepreneurs, how many employees have you guys had or how many partners have you had where it's just like, please just show up, please just respond to me. And so if you're willing to take the time, you've got the resources here. And Hillary's great. What's the best way for everybody to learn more about what you're doing?
Yeah, they can follow us at Let's Grow Michigan. That's our handle. And check out all of we link to everything. You'll find us. Come on, we're digitally savvy over here. Let's Grow MI, of course.
MI. Right.
Let's Grow MI.
I was already confused. Let's Go MI, Let's Go Michigan. Anyways, thanks so much, Hillary. It was a great conversation.
Oh, thank you.
Appreciate it. Thanks, everybody.
Global Citizen Now, get ready for one of the best drum lines on this side of Lake Michigan. They performed all over Detroit, and now they're about to take the stage with their signature brand of rhythm and precision. So make some noise for the Drum Kings.
In Sevilla, we just saw the largest gathering of world leaders in this ancient city's history. Global Citizen Now Sevilla, we brought together government leaders, community voices, entrepreneurs, and everyday citizens to call for the resources needed to protect the Amazon and scale up renewables in Africa. Because right now, the way money moves around the world isn't working. We need to get resources directly to the innovators and organizations on the front lines of these solutions. And that's why Global Citizen will keep fighting for accountability, for results, and for real investment in the future we all share. Sevilla isn't the end. Join us later this year in Belém and Johannesburg to raise the resources needed to defeat poverty and defend the planet. Visit globalcitizen.org today and take action.
Please welcome to the stage Forbes Chief Content Officer Randall Lane, Detroit Pistons President of Business Operations Melanie Harris, NBA Africa Vice President and Head of Business Strategy Patricia Branch, and welcome serial entrepreneur and co-founder Cost Plus Drugs, Mark Cuban.
Woo! Man, those were some hype men up before us. So, boy, now nobody needs coffee, so no excuse. We're all here. All right, so let's see. Who out there is Pistons fans? Raise your hand.
I gotta see every hand up.
How about who's a Tiger? How about Tigers fans? How about Lions fans? We got any hockey fans out there? Red Wings? A few. All right. How about Mavericks fans? Yeah! All right, I'm going to tell you. I'm going to tell you, you're all wrong because you might be sports fans, but what you really are when you're following sports is you're fans of impact. Sports, at the end of the day, and that's what this panel's about, is about using sports for impact. And there are few better vehicles to make change than sports. It's why you see sports teams trading for crazy valuations. It's not the underlying economics. It's mostly the fact that you kind of have a monopoly on the city's attention, and if you do it right, you have a monopoly, it's an oligopoly on change. So that's what we're going to talk about, is some change. Mark, I'd like to start with you, because when you bought the Mavs, brilliantly, you said, I don't really own the Mavs, North Texas owns the Mavs. You want to explain what you meant when you said that?
Yeah, I mean, sports is such a different industry. When the Pistons won, they threw a parade. When Google has the best quarter in the history of the company, nobody's thrown a parade. When the Pistons got to play the Knicks last year and the whole city was on fire, right? It was just like, this is happening, and it brings people together. And, when you're at a game, 2 seconds to go in the game, and there's a shot up, and if it goes in, you win, and if it misses, you lose. If it goes in, you're hugging people you've never seen before in your life, right? And you're high-fiving people you'll never again see, and they're like your best friends. That's what sports does. It brings cities, communities, regions together. And I learned that early on. I mean, I might have controlled the economics, but it was our Mavs fans for life, the MFFLs, that really ran the team.
Let's bring that to Detroit here. Now, I met Tom Gores. He believes in that too. You've been here a year. Well, Melanie shows up, they start winning. By the way, is that a coincidence? I don't know, but how does that play out here in Detroit? What Mark said.
Yeah, it's 100% the same thing. Tom, when he bought the team, he said the Pistons would be a community asset. And when I was talking to him about coming to Detroit, that was one of the things that really sold me on it. Of course, we're in sports. We love to compete. We love to win. But you said it, the real effort is around impact. So it wasn't just me. I can't take the credit. At the same time, Tom made the investment in bringing in Trajan and JB and really focused on winning on the court. And we got to see how that played out with a historic turnaround and setting the foundation for this next season. But it really has been about how we can make that sixth man off the bench, which is our fan base, really be a part of that win as well. And that impact is not only with what we do about building fandom, it's actually about how we are involved in the community, building 60 courts around the city of Detroit so that kids have free basketball all summer, which is what's happening right now. Investing in Midtown, where our practice facility is, together with our partners, and investing $2.5 billion in bringing residential, health, and commercial impact into that neighborhood. This is what sports does. It's what Mark said. We have an ability to come together. It doesn't matter where you were born, how much money you had, what language you speak, what sport you played when you were little, and hopefully every child gets a chance to play a sport. You come together and you root for our Pistons, and you do that and you root for the city as well.
Let's up the ante. Patricia, you don't have a city you're trying to impact. You have a whole continent. Tell us how you make that work with 1 billion people plus and dozens of countries.
Yeah, it's a good question, Randall. So I think the allure of the African opportunity is we get to ask ourselves, if you take this global brand, one of the best in the world, the NBA, and you take it to Africa, region that's teeming with growth, but lots of market friction, as you mentioned, 54 countries, 42 currencies, 200 plus languages. It's a challenge, but luckily it's one that I get to think about every day and I enjoy. Look, the way that we think about what we're focused on is not that dissimilar. We're building fandom, we're creating access to the game, and we're doing that at the grassroots level. So we go to the communities, we expose the game to kids who've never even seen a basketball court. We partner with local organizations that help us to develop that content. So whether it's Basketball Without Borders or NBA Academy, which we proudly just produced our highest ranking draft pick with Kaman Malawak out of South Sudan, those are the things that help us to make that impact in the community. And we do it with a local lens. So we have 5 offices across the continent, and that's how we tend to localize a product.
How important, maybe Melanie, this might be good for you, how important is the authenticity? Like, how do you dovetail the city image with what you do? I'm old enough to remember the Bad Boys, and I think the city, you got the feeling the city loved them because they represented that blue collar Detroit ethics. So how does that play into your thinking on this?
I'm fortunate to have come into something that's really natural, Randall. Like you mentioned what this city is about. This city is not about flash and glamour. That works for some cities. We're about grit and getting it done. And that's what we feel in the city, and that's what we feel on the court. It's a specific style of play that has been working. You saw it work last season for the Detroit Pistons. We'll see it continue to work. And it's not just the history that you mentioned. If you really date yourself, the whole history of the world, the modern world as we know it, can come back to Detroit, right? You wouldn't be able to think of music.
Now we all know this was Silicon Valley 100 years ago. That's
true.
Exactly that's true. That's true.
The music that we see around the country and the world, the mode of manufacturing that you see around the country and the world, that togetherness, that grit, that you come one, come all. A city of immigrants, whether you your family immigrated from the South or another country to develop this city, that is part of the history and it's part of the resurgence. And that is the ethos of the city and truly the ethos of our team. So when I say we come to it naturally, it's happened. This resurgence of the city, the resurgence of our team is happening in parallel, hand in hand.
I'll twist on this, Mark, for you. You sold majority stake in the Mavs. You're now hanging on one of your hats at Harbinger. That's your sports vehicle, or at least one of them. And I believe the stated premise is that you.
Picture.
Yeah. So the idea is you're going to take minority stakes, smaller stakes. How do you have that impact if you're not driving the car?
Well, you work with the person who is the majority owner. It's harder for minority owners to have that impact, and that's why we got involved with Harbinger. But to the point that these guys have been making, that the connection to community is what makes teams happen, right? Because when it doesn't happen, the whole thing collapses. There was a point in time in 2010 where for the New Orleans franchise in the NBA, there wasn't even a buyer, right? The connection to the community had just been lost. When Charlotte, in the NBA a few years earlier, when they lost the connection to the community, gone. You saw teams in the NFL leave in the middle of the night because they lost the connection to the community. And so having the connection to the people in the community is everything. Because when, Like
it's community as ROI.
Yeah, for sure. Like one of the first things I did when I bought the Mavs is we got little baby beanies and we gave them to the local hospitals to give to newborn babies that all had Mavs logos on them. I mean, I wanted to start them young, Mavs fan for life, right? But that's what you do, right? You go to the hospitals. I mean, it's heartbreaking, but I would get emails from parents saying, my child died of whatever reason, and we want to bury them in a Dirk or a Luka or now Cooper Flag, hopefully Jersey, right? That just doesn't happen in any other business, you know? And so that building that connection becomes very emotional, but as the city grows, as things change in a city, the first place you look is to the sports team for support, always. And every tragedy, you look to the sports team first, always. And that is so unique, and you just don't get that with any other business.
How, Mark, we mentioned ROI. Patricia, you're in a region where sports can be a driver of economic growth, a driver of talent. How much does that play into your thinking, which is a little bit different as, the whole continent's a growth market? How does that thinking play in?
Yeah, so I think the most clear example is what we're doing with the Basketball Africa League, which we refer to as BAL. And for those of you who've never heard of it, because it is an emerging league, the Basketball Africa League is the NBA's first investment outside of North America in a league. And we just finished our 5th season. Through the BAL, which essentially operates as a Champions League, we move around different countries. We've actually had impact of over $250 million to the Africa GDP.
And plus, J. Cole played, right?
And that was a big part of it. So I think the other piece is the jobs, right? So we have been able to link our growth and our presence in these 5 markets over 4 seasons to 37,000 jobs that were created in the creative economy. And I think we see that growing over time. In addition, there's the talent. So as I mentioned, Kaman earlier, he picked up a basketball at the age of 14 and got drafted at 18 into the NBA.
That's
so if
crazy.
you think about examples of that, of talent that we just haven't even uncovered yet, we think that is going to be one of the biggest drivers for the BAL.
You're also building an ecosystem, just like Global Citizen. We have the Move Africa, which is making it, building up a pipeline so that acts can play through Africa. You're doing the same thing with sports, so
That's exactly right, and the infrastructure piece is a huge part of that.
How, let's localize, Melanie, how does the international market play, let's say, for Detroit? Do you think about that?
All the time. We're playing a game against the Mavs in November in Mexico City.
Yep.
Let's bring a little deep basketball.
Not you personally, of course, but yeah.
I won't be out there. I mean, if JB wants to put me in, I'll see if I could suit up.
I'll talk to Arn.
The reality is, you asked at the start who's a Detroit Pistons fan, and every single hand went up. I'm not going to count the couple that didn't go up. Everyone in this room, everyone who's in the city of Detroit Pistons should be your #1 favorite basketball team. But there is a Detroit in every country around the world.
For the building here, sorry.
There's no disputing on this point. Detroit should be your #1 team. But I will give grace if you're outside the state of Michigan or maybe the Great Lakes area. There's a Detroit in every country around the world. It is not named Detroit, but that city with the ethos that you mentioned, that city of the I don't care what you think about me, I have the grit, I'm going to make it, I'm going to create something that people don't believe we can do, that exists in every country in Africa, it exists in every country in Europe, it exists in every country around the world. And so if you are not in Michigan and Detroit is not your favorite team, that's okay. We should be your 2nd favorite team. And so you can root for your local team, but when you're not doing that, root for the Detroit Pistons. And to me, that is why, everything you said is relevant, not only the development of the sport within Africa and growing the infrastructure, the players there, and the development and the talent there, but we can get that around the world. And part of that comes with doing it in local markets. Part of it comes with bringing the developed teams around the world, and that's what I see as the future.
How much do you work with government to the extent that you're talking about the Pistons as an ambassador for Detroit? How do you work with government?
It's super important. I know the last conversation was just about growth, and part of the, Michigan being one of the few states that's showing an increase in our population, one of those things that's driving that is this sense of community that we all feel around sport that Mark mentioned, and frankly, the jobs. Sport creates jobs. We brought the team downtown to the city. That brought jobs down into the core of the city that is the biggest population center in the state of Michigan. As we continue to win, we will continue to bring more people into the arena. That creates infrastructure, it drives infrastructure and creates the economy growth. So it's super important.
No, you can walk to see all 4 major sports teams. We could walk there within 5 minutes from here. Absolutely. And that is unique, and it's jobs, but it's also creating a sense of purpose for this city, which I think has been a big driver of this. I want to talk, anybody who wants to jump in, maybe Patricia, I'll start with you, but I had the good fortune to be friends with Dikembe Mutombo, and even when he was sick, Adam Silver and I got to give him an award for his humanitarian work on behalf of Forbes, and we honor social entrepreneurs and philanthropists. And I saw him over a decade walk the walk. What do you, in terms of his legacy, he was so important to that Africa-U.S. nexus. Well, how does his legacy play out?
Thanks, Randall. And so, as you all know, Dikembe was a huge supporter of all the work that we did and all the work that we're doing on the continent. He fought tirelessly to make sure that there was an opportunity for people to walk in his footsteps. And so all of us honor that. All of us are inspired by that. And as you made reference to at this past NBA All-Star Weekend in the Bay, we announced that we would offer this award every single year. It's the NBA Africa Dikembe Mutombo Humanitarian Award. And we're going to present that to either an organization or a person that's continuing his legacy in the education, healthcare, or economic environment. And so we're excited to be able to offer that next year in Los Angeles. And in addition to that, what we committed to was building courts in his honor. Unfortunately, similar to Kaman's story of having to walk an hour to a court, Dikembe grew up having to walk several hours to find a court near him, and so we're committed to building 55 courts in his honor across Africa. We already started on the first one. That's right. We already started on the first one in his hometown of Kinshasa in the DRC, where he discovered the love for the game. So we're excited about that. It's how we're planning to honor his legacy.
Mark, did you know him at all, Dikembe?
Oh yeah, of course. Yeah, everybody.
Any Dikembe stories he was hard not to have a story about?
Not that I can tell, but
exactly. The voice though, you couldn't miss it. I will say I got to go.
You can't miss him at all. No.
Dikembe is here. I did go to a Global Citizen Festival with him in Central Park. I say if you want to have a bad seat, it's standing behind Dikembe Mutombo. But you definitely couldn't miss it. If you lost him in the crowd, you'd find him for sure. Well, Mark, before we exit, you first of all, what's it like not driving the car of the Mavs? How do you miss it?
Sometimes when we do stupid stuff.
Yeah. What could you possibly be referring to?
But I think we're on the right path. I mean, we got really lucky and got Cooper Flag, so I'll take luck every time.
You have been a real leader. Even when you were running the Mavs took stands, with BLM, voter outreach, things that flirted with politics. How did you respond when people? You did get criticism for that from some people. How did you weather that criticism? Did you?
I just them, Excuse my French. I mean, I'd rather them be mad at me than me be mad at myself for not doing the right thing.
We keep seeing your name, bandied about with politics. What's going on there?
No interest whatsoever. No, I'm just not me.
What is next for you in general?
With cost plus drugs, we talked about it earlier. So changing healthcare is really my primary goal.
Yeah. Well, that's and again, that's you can do as much. And I think that if we have to have a takeaway from this panel, it's there are lots of ways to serve. What everybody, the social entrepreneurs here are serving. Public servants, of course, are serving, but even in your in the private sector, when you have a platform, your platform serves. So we appreciate all of you for doing that. Maybe we got about a minute and a half left. A 30-second takeaway from for this audience from each of you. Maybe we'll just go, Melanie. We'll go on down. What this group of change makers, if you had to give one piece of advice, a 30-second piece of advice based on what you've learned in the sports world, what would it be?
If you're not changing, you're not growing. If you're not growing, you're dying. So make change, drive change, you drive growth, you drive life.
For me, it would be to not overlook the talent that's right in front of you. If you think about all the talent that had to go to the U.S. to play in the NBA, we have all that talent right there on the continent, and so we're trying to take the opportunity to seize that growth and make a path for them. You can do that in your own communities.
Yeah, if you don't believe that sports creates connectivity between people, I'll just ask a question. If I say Detroit, you say
basketball.
That's all you need to know.
We appreciate all you guys. We appreciate everyone from being here. And thank you. So thank you, Melanie. Thank you, Patricia. Thank you, Mark. Thanks for all you're doing. And remember, there are lessons here. Whatever you're doing, take the lessons of sports. Go do it. Appreciate your time.
Thanks,
Thank you, everybody. Enjoy the rest of the day.
I worked with Claire at the Monzi.
Please welcome to the stage award-winning music journalist Gary Graff, chairwoman and CEO of the Mottown Museum, Robin Terry, performing artist, composer, and activist Wyclef Jean, and co-founder and co-owner of Third Man Records, Ben Blackwell.
How's everybody doing? Ready for one more panel? Having a nice day. This is a good one, we promise you. So we're here to talk about the creative economy, not necessarily mutually exclusive terms, and putting them together with community. Creativity has always been at the center of not only culture, but progress. And today we're joined by some visionary leaders who are shaping what's next in the creative economy and honoring legacy while also driving innovation. So, for the three of you, and we'll start with Wyclef here, what have you worked in and worked with that has put together creativity, economy, and community? What kind of things have you done that would, that really foster that?
Ready or not, here I I think I answered that, man. Yo, so what up with y'all? Shout out to Detroit. Y'all already know. R.I.P. to Proof, Eminem, the whole crew. I love y'all boys to death. Start off by saying that. So for me, I was born in Haiti, a favela. So I would say when I got a chance to go back home, one of the most important things that I did was I reactivated the spirit of the youth, right? Because what happens is when the youth don't have an opportunity to have hope, then they lose it. So one of the things I did was teach them how to be young entrepreneurs. And what we did was we started a program where we had them, I bought them like a tape machine, and literally I had them making CDs, pressing the CDs, and going out and selling them in the communities, showing them how to go to the radio and talk about their music. And it was a program I did for like 3 or 4 years in Haiti, and literally it started to change parts of the slums. You literally started to see kids that was converting from gang members to starting to turn into community leaders. So for me, that was some of the amazing things I've seen coming up.
And that's the kind of model that that's a model of something that could be really created in any community, without a doubt. Ben, Third Man is very much a part of its communities here in Detroit and in Nashville. I mean, you sit in the communities. What kind of things are you able to do to bring the creative sectors together with the community?
I find a lot of purpose in being able to actually hire musicians. So we have a lot of opportunities understanding the not terribly predictable nature of a touring musician or a session musician. So you can see on the screens right there, that's our pressing plant just down the street here in Detroit where we press vinyl records. Maybe about 50% of the folks work there, they're artists themselves, whether they're recording artists or songwriters or visual artists. That, to me, was a great way to involve creatives in a field that maybe isn't usually the first thought of being considered creative in just, straight manufacturing. But when you get into vinyl, there's a lot of opportunities for artistic flair in terms of coming up with a different color vinyl permutation, or a couple years ago we happily created the first vinyl record with marijuana leaves embedded in it. All interesting things, ways to be creative, ways to just keep people excited about music. They're all just tricks to gather people's attention. And so those are ways that we're able to manage that.
You should talk for a second about the project you did with Paul McCartney, because that was, again, when you talk about creativity in a manufacturing sector.
Yeah, so briefly, we pressed Paul McCartney's McCartney 3 album at Third Man Pressing here in Detroit. And it was his third, there's a McCartney 2 and there's a McCartney 1. And for limited edition versions of that, we took old copies of McCartney 1 and McCartney 2, ground them up, recycled those old records, and poured that in to make copies of McCartney 3. So it's a very kind of almost spiritual connection to all of this stuff. And we made like 300 copies of it, and people pay thousands of dollars for this record now. But yeah, just ways to just think about it in a way that's not just, we're just making this product. It's so much more than that.
You certainly don't say Detroit and music and community without thinking of one word, which is... Thank you. Good crowd. Robin, you've got this, you're involved in so much. The Mottown Museum is, it's not just a place to go see artifacts. You have programs, you have Motown, Hitsville Next. You have so many other things. You're involved in this tremendous expansion that's taking place even as we speak. How is the Mottown Museum weaving all that together, the creativity and the community, and making it part of a community economy?
I think, thank you, Gary. I think it's, you know, it goes back to the story, the origin of Motown. And Motown was about creating a space for creatives to come together, to collaborate around one thing, and that was making music for all people. And so when we think about the young people who came through the doors of Hitsville, and they're 16, 17, 19, 21, 22, 11-year-old Stevie Wonder, that whole idea of creating that magical space for collaboration and friendship, camaraderie, mentorship, that in many ways has led our development of the expansion of Motown. So today in our expansion, there are two really significant parts. There's the wonderful edifice that you see that tells the amazing story of Motown, lots of stories, but then there's Hitsville Next, to your point. And Hitsville Next is now a community where we develop emerging artists. They support one another very much in the spirit that is Motown.
You're accepting demos and audition tapes
We're
before we
accepting
leave, right?
audition tapes, but it really is exciting, and I think you'll get a little taste of it today, because it's part of our investment back, you know, into the talent in Detroit. I heard one of the previous panelists say there's no shortage of talent in Detroit. We just needed a space where folks could come and they could get the kind of development and support and community that artists today need.
You know, we have someone from Haiti here, rock kid from Detroit. Where does Motown fit for you guys?
Well, I think before Haiti and Detroit, I think we come from the universe. My mentor was Quincy Jones. I was a jazz major by the time I was 14 years old. 14 to 17, you know, grew up in the church, Nazarene church, missionary church. And so automatically, I would say, like, through music, we really don't see color. I think, like, all musicians that are true musicians are creative. We don't see color, we just see the soul of, like, humans. So there's no way, like, you're gonna be a true musician and don't study the DNA and the core. Like, if I never heard Motown, there's no way I could do Ready or Not, then do Hips Don't Lie for Shakira, then do Maria Maria for Santana, do music for Bono, everyone you could think of. In my brain, the reason I could do that is literally just the Barry Gordy blueprint. Like, you know, you put that vibe on that music and it's gonna always translate to all. So I look at us all as one because that Motown music is literally eclectic. It's all of us.
And
I go back to the idea, the very simple idea that Motown started in a house, right? To me, the first work I ever did in the record business was in a house folding picture sleeves for 7-inch vinyl records, which in 1998 seemed like the least cool, least hip. No one was talking about it coming back, but that was what we were doing as artists. That was what was available to us. It was too expensive to make a CD. That's why we made vinyl records. And so the progression of that, of working in the front room of a house over in the University District here, that work that we did for Italy Records over on Avery is directly the predecessor of Third Man Records and Third Man Pressing 20 years later down in the Cass Corridor. Third Man Records doesn't happen without Italy Records, and Italy Records was a record label in a house. And so to me, that is the ultimate Motown model. That is anyone with just the bare minimum of, let's just call it space, literal space, bare minimum of space, but with the drive and the intention, there's kind of no real limit of how far you can take it from, you know, Grand Boulevard to the Donovan building to where everything is now for Motown. I feel that inspiration for Third Man and what we do today.
We had an interesting collaboration not too long ago with Motown and Third Man. Robin and Ben, can you talk about the My Girl 60th anniversary project, and then we're going to have all of you sing My Girl.
Get ready. So this year marked the 60th anniversary of My Girl by the Temptations. And I have to just have one of my colleagues stand up because this collaboration between Third Man and Motown Museum was really his inspiration. So Paul, would you just stand up? This is Paul Barker, one of our historians and director of development. But it really was genius because he used this opportunity to do a couple things. One, we partnered with Universal to get the masters of My Girl, and then we were able to just kind of play with that a little bit. And then in Studio A, we interviewed both Paul Reiser and Otis Williams of the Temptations, and then Smokey Robinson we also had an interview with. So now when you get that out, when you get this record, on one side you get the remastered song, on the other side you get this interview that tells how this song came about and how these arrangers, musicians, how they collaborated on that song. So it really is a powerful way for Motown Museum to continue to tell the stories of Motown and push this music forward, but in a new way, into a new generation. Ben, you want to speak about your part? Because you were the other partner.
Well, I felt when we opened our plant in Detroit, I was personally motivated to make sure that it was the first plant to ever press Motown records in Detroit. So for years and years, all of Motown stuff was pressed out in Owasso, Michigan, which no one here is from Owasso, right? No Owasso hometown pride. So for me, being a kid that went to record stores and dug through the crates and looked for old Tamla and Motown records, that was a personal thing of like, we gotta do this. And so a couple years back, we did a reissue of the Supremes. It was a Supremes kind of rarities, like lesser known songs by the Supremes. We pressed that over in the Cass Corridor, and I felt like that opened the door to be doing more and more collaborations and projects with Motown. I mean, really, like a stone's throw from where these records were recorded. I always tell people, you don't want to send your record across the ocean to be pressed or to mixed or mastered. If there's something in your neighborhood, whether it's a studio, whether it's a pressing plant, whether it's a record store, that should be the first place that you look to utilize, to employ, to collaborate with. And so this is, it's just the best way you could really do it, to have Motown down the street and able to show it.
So Gary,
we've got a visual aid.
And I also want to just mention Drew Schultz, because Drew Schultz was the other major contributor along with Paul Barker to partner with Third Man. But this is how you receive this, right? And right now you have to be a member of Motown Museum to get this, so you guys need to be members. But this is how you receive it. It's all custom done, and then your 45 is either blue or it's gold. So a real collector's item is, yes, it is, all right. And so let me just do this. We come bearing gifts. So Ben, I know you have a 10,000 record collection.
Thank you very much.
Clef, that's one for you. And Gary, that's one for you from Motown Museum.
Fire.
See, earlier in the day, they were giving away like millions of dollars. We're giving away 45.
45s.
Clef, talk about My Girl a little from your perspective.
I'm gonna
as
show
a
you
creator.
My Girl. Watch this. Everybody, stand up real quick. Watch this.
Let's go.
My Girl taught us how to do the two-step. 1, 2, 3, 4. Doom, 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 doom. Points off. See. I don't know what else to tell you. See. I mean, again, I'm a church boy, so the band, man, just talk about stacks and the grooves and it doesn't matter what year, what era we in, that vibration, these amazing musicians that would get together, like, because to me, those was like some of the amazing, like, musician killers behind that movement. So one of my favorite songs, that song is that song. You already know, like in a party, when you're ready to slow it down and take it a little intimate, after you mess up, you know what I'm saying? I got so shut. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're trying to hold it as hard as you can. You did. That's what's up.
Romantic aids do come as part of the packaging in this 45. We made a little news today here at Global Citizen. Really good news. Wyclef Jean, because he doesn't have enough to do as a producer, performer, songwriter, composer, artist. It was announced this morning he is now a Global Citizen ambassador.
I think I should grow my hair back. Yeah,
And
I might grow my hair back.
If you do that, you teach me
I
how
get
to
my
do
hair
it.
like that.
But you're joining company of Hugh Jackman, Rachel Brosnahan, John Legend. What does this mean to you, and what do you hope to do with that as a platform?
I mean, for me, it's an amazing platform. I mean, keep in mind, I ran to become president of my country of Haiti, so I don't take this very lightly. Whether if you are talking about Tibet freedom, whether if you're talking about people in Africa that are suppressed, whether we're talking about the Middle East, the Fugees is short for refugees. We've always been in the forefront. So I'm honored and I'm humbled to be amongst amazing people. And the coolest thing about this whole thing, though, is some kid in the village right now, where I come from in Haiti, in a place called Le Serre, Quadebouquet, right behind the cemetery, is going to be like, if Wyclef can do it, I can do it. And to me, that's the message that I'm going to keep pushing as a Global Citizen Ambassador.
Well, and with that in mind, when we get into a panel like this, as I said earlier, creative and economy aren't always terms that get used positively. Next to each other, it's tough. I mean, how many musicians do we have in the room now? How many of you are making the kind of money you want to make with your music? That's a few less. So what can you give people in terms of guidance about how to make not just music, make the art they want to make, and hopefully without, preferably without compromising it, but be able to sustain themselves and also become a part of sustaining a community?
I think I would encourage them to find communities that support the art that you make. Find people who resonate with your vibe, what you do, the kind of music what you want to be in the world, the voice you want to be in the world. Find that community. And then my other message is to community. We have to invest in that talent, right? Which means we have to pay you. We don't ask you to do stuff for free, right? We have to pay you and look for opportunity to really showcase what you do. And I know at Mottown Museum, that is it's a big part of our mission, to just make sure that we're giving artists every opportunity, these emerging artists, to be seen, to be heard, and to be making the kind of music that they want to make.
Yeah, and that's super cool. I think you could partner up on a lot of what we're doing. So amongst my background as one of the greatest comedians that has ever lived, y'all laughing at, I'm actually an engineer by trade. So coming to America, you couldn't tell your parents you're going to be a rapper. That didn't work. My man Kyle will tell you that. Doctor, lawyer, engineer. So I studied audio engineering at a young age. So coming back into the music industry, after my political run, I was trying to figure out, what do I want to do next? What is the solution? And looking at indie artists that makes absolutely nothing on streaming, we've created a platform. Remember I told y'all this is going to change your life completely. I got y'all. So the first thing I did was we created, it's called Open Wave, right? Remember that, Open Wave, and this is the platform. Y'all own 80%, we take 20%. It get crazier too. We don't want your IP. Y'all keep your IP. Your intellectual property is the most important thing. Y'all own your data. So think about this. We took Amazon Music and Alibaba, and we put it together into one format. So what does that mean? Now you can make money. Say like you got 1,000 super fans, you're able to go on Open Wave, sell your t-shirts, sell your hats, sell your shoes, sell whatever you want, because the business is you as a brand, and it's on consignment. So you're not paying anything to do this. So Billboard wrote about it. I think it's very disruptive. I hope they don't kill me in the process of this. But I think what we can do is with the artists like Mottown and different artists that you have, we have an amazing platform that we just started, and kids from all over the world are participating. So look forward to combining with y'all. And even we could do like special vinyl editions.
Vinyl
and all
records.
of that.
Yes, yes.
You could tell I'm a hustler from New York, right? Okay, cool. But we all could work together though, and it's gonna
This is
work.
collaboration.
Yes, but the most important part is for indie artists. I understand your situation because the Fugees, we were underground. And y'all, as dope as Khaled is right now, we the best. We all came up together. We had to sell some of these things in the trunks. So in saying that, I think that the power is back in your hands now with your IP, which is the most important thing. So I'm excited about that. Open Wave.
Yeah. I would just briefly piggyback off of what you said, which is it's such a great time to be. I think of the optimism of being a creator today, which is if you're talking to a kid anywhere, guys that I came up with would always complain about when they were the older guys, they were complaining about the only thing they wished for was distribution. If we could just let people hear our music. This is in the 80s and 90s. People just could hear our music. Kids nowadays, anyone with a connection to internet, cell phones connection, whatever, you can have instantaneous worldwide distribution of your music instantly. This is what artists have wanted forever, and we are there right now. Let's not lose sight of that. But the problem is, you got to be good. You got to work, put it in, because I think of it as every time you're hoping as a new artist, someone clicks on your music, one thumb click away is the greatest music ever recorded in the past 100 years. So you have to be as good as the Beatles. You have to be as good as Black Sabbath. You have to be as good as the Fugees at every moment. And so it's kind of a little bit of a give and take there. But it's the optimism, the opportunity is unparalleled in terms of how to make a community, how to find your community as an artist.
So what one piece of guidance would you give to an aspiring creative? And this can apply even beyond music, on the economic/business, even legal front. What's something that a creative needs to know, even though they'd rather be spending their time creating?
I would say always be creating. Everything you do is creating. Unfortunately, you don't have the luxury of just being a creative. You also have to be a marketer. You also have to be a recording engineer. You also have to know how to take pictures for social media, all of that stuff. But if creativity is what is inside of you, creativity, I think, is not something like, oh, I'm a lawyer at sometimes and then I'm creative. No, it's something that you have to be. You can't shake. If that is truly what's in your blood and what you are destined to do, you have the tools all in a phone in your pocket. So I think there's optimism in that.
And I tell my students, I am the master of AI. AI is not the master of I. So stay creative. You are in the era, genius versus the machine. And it's called machine learning. So let's give some information that machine do not know yet. This is what I teach my kids. Again, I am the master of AI. AI is not the master of I.
I would share a philosophy of my great uncle's, Barry Gordy. And he said, with any business, you have to create something, you got to sell something, and then you got to collect your money. If you create it and you never collect and sell it and don't collect your money, that doesn't work. Right? So you got to create something, whatever it is, sell it, and then collect your money. And I would say to a lot of creatives, everybody's not good at the business part. So recognize if you need to focus on the creativity, the art, and you need somebody else to support you in the business. Because sometimes if that's not your thing, that's where you fall short.
A lot of good advice there. And hopefully all you creatives will keep it going, just as these three folks said, and we'll see you up on a Global Citizen stage here one day. Thank you, Robin, Wyclef, Ben, for sharing all this. Thank you all for being here, and have a great rest of the day.
Thanks, Gary.
Thank you. Well, you looking mighty fine today. Young man, got something for you. Sing, now don't spin that all in one place, all right? Got the music. Time to get done. See, now this is what I like to hear.
Listen, baby. 'Cause baby, there ain't no mountain high enough, ain't no valley low enough, ain't no river wide enough to keep me from getting to you, babe. If you need me, call me, no matter where you are, no matter how far. 'Cause
Baby, just call out my name. No, we're not. Oh, I thought it was a sing-along. Maybe not. It's cool. Now, you know, we weren't going to leave here without giving you some of that Motown sound. Doesn't this city sound like home? Not just because it is my actual home, but because of the role it has played in shaping culture in America and around the world. Our influence is undeniable. And through Motown Museum's Amplify Singing Competition, that legacy is being carried forward by a new generation of artists who are ready to make their mark. Here, representing the best of Hitsville next, and to celebrate the sounds of Motown in a fresh, powerful way, are two incredible artists with a special performance. Please give it up for Remington Lloyd and Jasmine Terrell.
Citizens now, how y'all doing? My name is Remington Lloyd, and we jamming Detroit style. Y'all ready? Come on, are y'all ready? All right, here we go. Everybody say, hey, hey, hey. Hey, hey, hey. Hey, hey, hey. Yeah. Here we go. Everyone's feeling pretty. It's hotter than July. Though the world is full of problems, they couldn't touch us even if they tried. Hey! From the park I hear rhythm. Miley's hot on the box. Tonight there will be a party on the corner at the end of the block. Hey! Didn't know you. We'll be jamming it to the break of dawn. See, nobody's ever told you that you. We'll be jamming it to the break of dawn. We'll be jamming, we jam, jam on, jam on. Y'all still with me? They want us to join their fighting, but our answer today is to let all our worries, like the wind through our fingers, slip away. Way. Peace have come to Zimbabwe. Third was right on that one. Now it's time for celebration. Why? Party's just begun. Didn't know you. We'll be jamming it to the break of dawn. See, nobody's ever told you that. With some amazing singers. Yo, Bryce, can you do this? Say yeah, 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 yeah. Can y'all say it? See yeah, 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 yeah. Everybody sing yeah, yeah. I think that was good. We can turn it up just a little more. Y'all ready? Come on, 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 come on. Thank you so much. Now, ladies and gentlemen, give it up for my lovely friend, Jasmine Terrell.
Well, everybody get up! My name is Jasmine Terrell, and tonight I'm gonna talk to you about some squares. Flashback, who's that? Dancing to the latest. Swat upon the greatest, so he sure is moving me. That's what I said, oh, you didn't know yet. All of it was given to the baby history. But you have it out, wanna spell it out. If you do it, you got this. Best and most, coast to coast, and I don't wanna boast, but I love you, Square. I'm talking Square to you, baby. Square, I'm talking love. That is Square, I'm talking Square to you, baby. Square, I'm talking love. That is Square. So shy, I had to change that real quick. Had to use a few tricks to the like a fifth time. Face to me, you dancing on a cloud. Wanna sing it loud, 'cause the love is overwhelmed. You had it out, you can spell it out, if you do it, you got this. Best and most, coast to coast, and I don't wanna boast, but I love you, Square Biz. Square Biz to you, baby. Square Biz, I'm talking love. That is Square Biz, I'm talking Square Biz to you, baby. Square Biz, I'm talking love. That is Square Biz. Hold on, let y'all for a minute. I want to tell you exactly what I mean when I say I'm talking Square Biz. You know what? Matter of fact, I think I want to make it jazzy for you. Hey y'all, you think we could swing? Talking Square Biz. I'm talking Square Biz to you, yes I keep it really, really keep it. I'm talking keep up, 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 ooh, do up, 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 do up. Skittle dum bitty din din bitty, skittle dum diddle dum dum dum. And it don't mean a thing if it ain't got that swag. Square Biz to you, baby. Square Biz, I'm talking love. Square Biz, I'm talking Square Biz to you, baby. Square Biz, I'm talking love. Say this, say this. Flashback, who's that? Flashback, who's that? Flashback, who's that? Flashback, who's that? Wanna talk about it, wanna talk about my love, wanna talk about it, yeah. Talk about my love. I'm gonna hit you to the T. Everybody's dancing to the T. What's the T? What? You know that's me. Square Biz, Square Biz. Square Biz, Square Biz. Square Biz, Square Biz. I'm talking love. That is Square Biz. Thank you so much, and please give a big round of applause to my friend Remington Lloyd.
Amazing, Jasmine Terrell.
Please put your hands together for Jessica Nabango, Simon Moss, and the Executive Director of the Love Building, Kwaku Osei.
All right, give it up one more time for Remington Lloyd and Jasmine Terrell. We made it, y'all. This has been everything. I want to thank all of our panelists, participants, and performers for joining us, our partners for making this possible, and of course, all of you for being such an amazing audience.
But this is just the beginning. The real work starts now. If you haven't already, please take a moment, download the Global Citizen app, and start taking action.
So Detroit, what's up, y'all? We want to continue the celebration at the official after party, so we're inviting everyone here to join us at the Love at Night Container Takeover in Spirit Plaza. Now, for some context, Love at Night is a space for music, art, and authentic connection between business leaders, area residents, everything in between, all of our communities here in the city of Detroit. And Container is a program we created for Detroit's native talent, providing them with all types of different programmatic offerings and other resources needed to amplify their unique stories and help them thrive right here at home. Tonight, we want you to immerse yourselves in this experience with performances by some of the city's best musicians, food and fashion showcases, and community storytelling. Plus, music icon and activist, the one and only Wyclef, right? All right. Will be there to give us an exclusive sneak peek of his latest collab, a zine in partnership with Fayidi Spaghetti called Dare to Be Free, and more. I guarantee you do not want to miss any of this.
What else is he going to do?
Oh, come on now.
Oh.
Come on now.
Oh, okay.
Come on now.
I'm going. Before we go, I want to express my heartfelt gratitude to Global Citizen Now for bringing this group of artists, advocates, corporate leaders, and policymakers together in our great city of Detroit. So let's all get ready to head over to Spirit Plaza, second line style. We've got one of the best drum lines in the city to kick this off the right way. So please welcome back Drum Kings.
Thank you for attending Global Citizen Now Detroit. Please follow the crowd to Spirit Plaza for an after party unlike any other. The Love at Night Container Takeover will see you there.